Hey, Rob, how you doing? Hey, Di, how you doing? How's it going? Hey, Troubles. Pretzels with peanut butter in the middle. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, Frisky. How you doing? Have you guys, do you know anything about this Michigan State coach getting canned? Have you kept up with it? Hey, Verbal Abuse, how you doing? Oh, you did? Okay. Oh, okay. I'll explain it. Hey, Christine. Christine, have you kept up with that? Do you know anything about that Mel Tucker deal? Oh, that's good, Verbal Abuse. Welcome. I think the whole thing stinks. Oh, look at this.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hey, Rebecca. Have you read anything about this? Do you know about this Mel Tucker thing, Michelle?
No, I've heard about it.
So here's the issue. You know, a lot of celebrities and a lot of coaches and universities, you know, Michigan State just got over that doctor that was basically molesting all those young gymnasts. I don't know if you remember that or not. They just recovered. They paid out a ton of money. Went on for years. You know, he was Larry Nasser was his name. Did you know anything about that?
No, I don't remember hearing about that.
Okay. So, you know, that was a big issue. That was just resolved, I think, about 4 years ago. They settled all lawsuits. So Michigan State is, you know, trying to do the right thing. And they hire this football coach and does really well. And then the second year, they decide to make him the second highest paid football coach with a $95 million contract. In the meantime, well, some of these universities, other companies, they'll have two clauses in their contracts with people. One is moral turpitude, which if you're immoral, they can cancel your contract. Another one is called unfavorable notoriety. And what that means, if you do like Brett Favre did and send a dick pic and it gets out into the media, even though you're not convicted of a crime, they can cancel your contract based on something that most people would agree on, and that's unfavorable notoriety. They don't really want him representing their product when he's doing shit like that. If you notice, you don't see Brett Favre in any commercials anymore. That's why. So this Mel Tucker guy, he's got $80 million left in his contract. And for some reason, these universities decided to hire this lady to go around and she claims she was raped by gangbanged by football players back in Oregon about 20 years ago. And they never prosecuted. So who knows if it's true? That's beside the point. She made a career out of it. She goes around, she gives lectures with regard to being a survivor and stand up for your rights. Don't be afraid to report things, which I agree with all that. But anyway, she's going to these schools, and one of the schools she went to was this Big Ten university, where she gave lectures to the football team. Well, in the midst of this, she gets to know this Mel Tucker, who's a married man. Long story short, about a month ago, Michigan State, because they were reeling from this Larry Nassar thing, they took Title IX, which was made for sexual harassment against students and staff, and they amended it. And the amendment, which really is what's going to allow her to pursue this, and the amendment was that they considered sexual harassment anybody that had any affiliation with the university, which would be her because she gave a lecture there. About a month ago, she claims she was sexually harassed by him. As the story progresses, they find out, and he admits to having phone sex with her and jacking off. But he said it was consensual. Well, needless to say, they fired him, and they're trying to terminate the rest of the $80 million contract. Now, I think it's because he had one good year, and it wasn't looking too good after that. And, you know, you'd use any excuse you could to get out of $80 million on a guy that looked like it was a flash in the pan. The question here is, should moral turpitude clauses be allowed? And just exactly what is moral turpitude? And that's all they're hanging their hat on. He claims that the marriage that he had with his wife was dead for a long time. And it was really something that they were just living together and kind of, you know, holding out. Now, I did the same thing myself for 25 years. And now here's my question. If he's married and him and his wife have an agreement that, you know, it's an open marriage. Will Smith admits to one.
Right.
And she's having relationships with other men. He's having relationships with other women. It's consensual. And it's consensual with the girl that made the complaint. Does that violate moral turpitude? I say no.
So here's the thing. Okay. All right.
Hi, Stephanie.
So, like, we're talking about morals, and I'm assuming a lot of these morals stem from the Bible and what that's all about, right? This
They
is what I'm taking from this.
Yeah, they interlace, actually.
Okay.
If you look it up, you'll find that morals and legal definitions interlace quite often.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So your if your marriage, like, you know, that's a personal thing, right? So
Right.
you know, and your spouse knows if a marriage is basically like non-existent anymore, right? Like, I
Right.
mean, it's just kind of like, you know, it's just not there. And,
Right.
and that happens to a lot of
It
people.
does. It does. Yeah.
So
Happened to me.
So for I've had past you know, where it's just what happened. You know, we're
Mhm.
together for a long time and it just didn't work out.
Yeah.
And you know,
You get sick of them, basically.
it's not even just that. Sometimes marriages and relationships become very toxic and bad for one or both parties, just in general. Like, just
Yeah.
really like horrendous. So there's a lot of different reasons. Um, but the thing is like, so marriage, right, is supposed to be like one man, one woman, you know,
Right.
that's just how it's defined.
Right.
But when a lot of problems come into a relationship, like, you don't know what his marriage entailed on a daily basis. Maybe he was getting beat up by his wife, or like maybe there was a major abuse going on and he was just looking for someone to, you know, have some kind of relationship with. And I mean, like, they're pointing out the fact that he had phone sex or whatever, but like the thing is were they like starting a relationship, or like, I mean, we look at the headlines uh,
After hours troubles. Yeah,
like
you're right.
black and white, you know. So if we're just looking at it like black and white, right?
Yeah.
We're not
It
like
is black
really
and white. She claims to be African American, but I've researched this. She looks white. I mean, that's really doesn't matter, I guess.
right.
But normally when you do a bio on someone that's, you know, even a little famous, you can figure it out. With her, you can't. You know, they'll claim, like, if you look up somebody, you can go all day on Wikipedia and it talks about biracial parents. No big deal. They're just giving you a background of what these people are. Her, nothing, zero. And she certainly doesn't look at all African American to me, but that happens from time to time.
I think most of the American public, right, for the majority, can probably look at it like, yeah, was that the right thing to do? Probably not. But I think almost everybody's been at that place at that time of their life, where they can probably be like, well,
Yeah.
if it was consensual and, there wasn't anything else but they like
Steph- Stephanie says that she's going to have a sexual harassment case me, but she can't because you can't rape the willing.
Stephanie, it's not rape if
I
you're okay
only
with that.
I only satisfied her deep desires. That's not harassment. I accomplished a goal. But you see, here's the deal though. Do you think, let's assume the wife was cool with it and the woman complaining was cool with it because she knew about it and waited 8 months to report it. So is this a good enough reason to terminate and ruin a guy's career and get out of paying $80 million? That's the question. I don't think it is. I don't think it's the university's business or government's business on what people define by a marriage. Now, if you're claiming Catholic marriage and it's sanctified by the priest and this is the way you want to live your life, maybe. But I don't think that's even their business. In Catholic, it's a little different. It's a sacrament and it's a legal contract as well. But I'm just like uncertain that this is valid.
Well, let me tell you something too, though. You know, like I said, we're not in their marriage. We're not in their everyday life. So like if they were literally, I bet you if he was to go to a judge and like let's just say the judge like knew everything about their marriage.
Yeah,
Like, let's just say
yeah,
like he was God, right? And he knew
yeah, right,
everything about their
yeah,
marriage.
right.
He would probably grant him a divorce right then and there. He probably wouldn't even question it. But the fact of the matter is because he hasn't gotten a divorce, this is where the problem comes in.
I
You
don't think
know,
it's a problem if the wife doesn't have an issue with it.
well, right. If the wife is okay with it
I mean,
and
is your marriage different than somebody else's that decides to be a swinger?
I mean, if I think if both people involved are okay with something for to better the other person's happiness, like because let's face it, you see me right, so like I'm not gonna mention any names because I'm not gonna just,
Don't mention the names.
no, I'm not mentioning names, but
Mention the names.
I've known people personally who have had affairs
Oh,
we're not saying, who've had affairs, stuff happened, but they ended up staying um in the marriage even
mhm,
after it was out and
mhm.
everything else. They decided they wanted to work on it, wanted to continue with the marriage, and then that was that. So I mean, and that's just something that they have to live with. I don't see how I wouldn't sit there and not buy a product because somebody um did something a little unfavorable, like sinned basically,
Yeah,
but
but see, that's where it gets sticky because I don't think sin should have anything to do with a contract between a
right.
football
Well,
coach
that's what I'm saying when
and
they're
the
when
university.
they're when they're talking about like
I know
moral.
what the church is going to say, but they're not the ones that signed on to pay $95 million. And I just think that it's flimsy for the university to determine what a valid marriage is and what's a moral violation. If you gave your husband permission to go do his thing and you did your thing, but you still stayed married, if you know about it and you're cool with it, where is the moral turpitude error?
Because this is
There
what
are open marriages, Michelle.
no, I know. I'm not saying that there isn't, but this is where your question is coming. Like, what is the moral, thing? And that's because in the Bible, to marriage is defined
The
as one
Bible, that
woman.
shouldn't have anything to do with the Bible.
Well, they're calling moral like
Yeah,
so.
moral turpitude,
So
they are. And that's where it gets fuzzy.
right. So like moral and sin, right? So there's a lot of sins that all of us do, probably, if not on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, right? So if I were to take a video of this contract person who was under contract with moral whatever, moral
Yeah, yeah.
contract, let's say I was to take a video of him being lazy or whatever else. That's a major sin in the Bible, like laziness. Let's see, what are
Yeah,
some
no, that's a good point. So
anger? Anger. What if he got angry? That's a major sin in the Bible. So if we want to get into like morals and sinning and what's morally right, what's morally wrong, what's sinning, what's not sinning, I mean, I believe that you could get anybody for just about anything if you
that's
really
exactly right.
look at
So,
it.
and if you take the religious aspect of it and definition, and all sin is equal, then he's really getting the shaft.
Right, right. See, this is why I don't like this whole like m- this whole like moral
And here's
the
the deal: how do you have phone? She even admitted to, having phone sex with him. I mean, can't you hang up?
well,
I
yes, you
mean,
can.
look, I think he sucks as a coach. I can understand why they would want to get out of 80 million. But I just have a problem in having that stick with. I don't think it's a university's decision to determine if a guy
What
has consensual. See, the problem is it's a vendor and he's married and this kind of stuff. But this all depends on who it's presented to. You never know. I mean, we all know that juries do crazy things. Look at Casey Anthony. She killed
right.
that baby. But as it turns out, they had a whole jury full of cop haters. And when they were interviewed, even though it lasted 5 months, after the second day of trial, they were letting it go in one ear and out the other. They could have gave a fuck what the cops testified to or what the expert says. And I just wonder if this went to a jury, if this moral turpitude clause is good enough to jack him out $80 million.
I so
It's not, Patricia.
I'm thinking that
I mean, you're right. I mean, can you terminate $80 million contracts because someone thinks the bathroom's unoccupied, open the door, and they saw him reading a Playboy? It's a fucking difference.
I mean, if you're talking, like I said, if you're talking about morals and sinning and this and that, like, just like I said, like I could catch him swearing. Maybe he cursed, like, God, that's like one of the worst,
But if
blasphemy.
you, of all your knowledge, and put religion aside because it's not a religious issue, do you think they have a right to ruin his career and keep from paying him $80 million because of some shit like that?
So unfortunately, like if he didn't sign a contract like stating certain things, but I don't know what this contract looks like either, right? So if like you sign a contract with a company, then you better read it.
No,
You
it's not.
better be like okay with what's on board with it, before you take the position. I mean, I'm not sure what the contract said
Yeah,
exactly.
moral turpitude. That's what it says. It's pretty
Moral
simple. Yeah. I mean,
moral
they fire guys for drunk driving tickets places. Universities get rid of them. They're
hmm.
putting people's lives at danger and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's not a good idea to drink and drive. We all know that. But the more I think about it, I just don't know that you can hang your hat on that. Maybe reprimand them, make them get some counseling,
Right.
apologize
And
to the victim.
yeah.
You got to quit jacking off on the phone with people that aren't your spouse. It's giving us a lot of bad. See, unfavorable notoriety is much easier to hang your hat on. Now, if that was the issue, they'd be home free. But it's moral turpitude they're hanging their hat on.
What's the
That's what,
definition of moral turpitude?
that's a
I
good
don't
question.
I
Moral
don't
turpitude is
know.
it's an egregious violation of what would be considered reasonable morals. And if you're a married man, you shouldn't be jacking off, having phone sex with women that aren't your wife. That's what they're hanging it on. Here's where I think he fucked up, and this is terrible to say this. I don't know what he knew, but he told the truth when they launched the investigation. It's like, hey, this girl's saying, and he's like, what are you talking about? This was all consensual. I mean, we were attracted to each other. It was consensual conversation. She knew what we were doing, and I agree with him. But I think here's a perfect example of telling the truth and where it can get you sometimes. He should have not said anything in the beginning and hired an attorney, but that's hindsight now. And in a way, I just don't 100% feel both feet in that it's up to them to determine if His wife doesn't have a problem with it on whether or not he breached a moral. Open relationships are people's personal business. There are swingers all over. There are
Right.
open relationships all over. So if
Right.
that's what he was doing, then where's the moral breakdown?
I
There
think
isn't one. There isn't one. Because if the wife's not offended, it's not their business.
right. You're right.
And now he's struggling to. I don't see how he's ever going to recover from this.
I mean, the thing is you have to be careful when you really have to read stuff thoroughly when you get employed by somebody else
Yeah, but
because
nobody
they
knows.
can make up
Nobody's.
they can make up whatever rules they want and you don't have to work there, right? So you don't have to
But
if you
of
want.
all the things in a contract, who would think that they were going to get busted on a moral turpitude thing? And I think that he trusted this lady. And I do think they had some kind of a relationship. I hope this is what I'm thinking from what I've read so far. I think as time goes on, they're going to find out she's a big gold digging scammer that's made a living on a fake gang rape allegation that nobody was ever charged with. They've already got text messages. Her attorney got a temporary restraining order that he couldn't release any more of the private text messages. What are you worried about? Shouldn't be worried about anything. I
I
just
mean,
don't feel 100% comfortable with a guy losing his career over this bullshit.
I think well, this is the deal, right? So, like I said before, when you get hired for whatever whoever your employer is, make sure you read the contract and take it
That
seriously
is Daisy.
because the thing is whether or not we all feel a certain way about what happened, as soon as you sign a contract with something, that's set in stone. Like, so, like, you have to be on your A game. Like, you do you know what I mean? Especially when that much money is on the table. So when that much if you wanna make that much money and here's your list of standards that you have to live by, well, now your life is kind of like you can't really do
Yeah, but
whatever.
this is like the flimsiest thread ever
I
of
mean, I do find
moral
it I do
turpitude.
find it I do find it kind of odd, um the whole situation, to be honest with you. Like, I do find it a little, um, weird that he was having phone sex.
Weird in what way?
No, I
Here
find
we
it
here we
no,
go.
this
Here we
I'm
go.
no, I find this
Because
weird.
you don't. I'll tell you, this is like all things. It's because you never had or you don't like phone
No,
sex. That's why.
no. This is what I
Would
find
you find it
weird.
weird if you caught your husband beating off to deep throat?
Okay, so let me talk for a second because you didn't even finish why I
All
felt
right.
it was weird. You just assumed what I felt was weird.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so this is what I feel is
It's not
weird about.
weird.
No, this is weird. No, I'm gonna tell you why I think this is weird.
All right.
I think it's weird that they sent this lady in there to do these
I
speeches,
agree.
right?
Yes.
And then all
Totally
of a
agree.
and then all of a sudden, she's having phone sex with this
Yeah.
guy,
Thank you.
and that
Thank
he
you.
gets blown in. Like, who blew him in? It was probably her who blew
That's
him
what I
in.
think.
So this is what I find what's weird about it. I think he may have been set up
That's what I think.
to get fired.
But
I don't
I don't think it was set up by Michigan State. I think it was set up her. She admitted in a text to somebody else that they already got a hold of that she was down to $5 in her bank account and boasted about knowing a guy that was getting $700,000 a month deposited into his account as a head football coach. Well, that's him. Now, what are you having a conversation about this about? She's running out of time. I think she's 53, 54. If she only has $5 in her account, this making a career out of allegedly being raped isn't really bringing in enough money. I think it's total bullshit. And even if it isn't, they had phone sex. Big fucking deal.
I just find the whole situation just odd in
It's,
general.
it's odd. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? I
Like,
mean,
it's one thing if he were to be like sexually like harassing
yeah,
this.
like grabbing her ass and shit in the hallway.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
me
agree.
saying
Yeah,
no, and then
yeah,
her being
right.
like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, if he was just acting like crazy, like,
Yeah,
like
no, I agree.
other
I
people, like
agree. Yeah,
saying derogatory things,
yeah,
being
yeah.
like, or whatever. But I just find this whole situation a little off the
You
wall.
know, and I'll tell you, and I'm not defending the guy, but Bill Cosby, I think honestly, I know, putting quaaludes in drinks is a different thing.
Right.
But man, when you listen to some of the testimony of some of these women that wait 30 years later, I mean, come on, man. I
I
mean,
mean,
oh, I mean, maybe I don't know enough about it. Maybe
to be
PTSD. This is the way it affects you. You're embarrassed. But 30 years later, coming back on someone that,
to be honest with you, like that stuff is very personal, and like you it affects women for years. They change as a person, like
no, I know.
especially enduring something like that. So I mean, and then the
Yeah,
woman might be embarrassed,
but
and
here's
then
the
they're
deal.
afraid.
Wouldn't it be symptomatic of something? I mean, you have something like this happen to you. First of all, same with Mike Tyson. You go over to their place. This happens. It's the drug in them that I got a problem with.
Right.
I mean, that's like creeper
That's like
101.
right. That's like yeah, that's just like odd. That's very like just odd all around. I mean, the fact of the matter is, with
Not sure, Tribbles.
sexual, you know, sexual assault, sexual harassment,
Mhm.
sexual whatever.
And here's the deal. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. I don't know why that I just thought this, but here's the way sexual harassment works everywhere that I know of, and that is that you have to put them on notice. Which means that if I say to you, "Hey, Michelle, God, if I go in every day of the office and you're my secretary and I say, man, your body is out of sight, unbelievable. I knew I did the right thing when I hired you," and you don't complain, you can't file sexual harassment. When sexual harassment occurs is when you tell me one day, hey, I don't appreciate you talking like that. And you go to human resources and you file a complaint that I'm talking this shit to you. And then they
Right.
drag me in the office and say, hey, Michelle is highly offended. If you do this again, we're going to terminate you. Then it's sexual harassment. Another clause in sexual harassment is that they come to me and it's like, we know what you're saying to Michelle. It's like, I was just kidding. Just kidding is treated the same way as being serious.
Right. Well, in New York State, and every company is different, obviously. They're very like zero tolerance sexual harassment, to even to the point where, let's say you say something to me and we're both okay with it, but then somebody else hears it and they're not.
Yeah.
Someone can
I know,
be
I
on.
know a basketball coach that got fired like that.
Right. So I mean, there's it all depends on the situation and what's at stake. Your best bet is to not go to work and say anything sexual.
Absolutely right. I agree. I totally
Just
agree.
don't say
If I
anything
worked in a
sexual.
no,
Like,
whether
not
it was
even.
no, whether it was my business or working somewhere, I would not say anything anymore.
You can't. Like, you just go into work, you be
Yep.
professional,
Yep. Yep.
you can make friends and
That's a
whatever,
good
but
question,
just
Christine. Yeah, I agree.
don't don't say anything of a sexual nature to
No,
anybody,
no.
you
But
know?
even, it's like I wouldn't say anything like you look nice today or it's a nice dress. I would not, I would avoid that like the plague.
See, that's still weird. That if so, okay, so if somebody, I wouldn't constitute that as sexual harassment,
No, I wouldn't either, but I wouldn't
but
say it just to be safe.
right, but like if somebody did complain, like, "Hey, I don't feel comfortable with somebody," I mean, I still don't think that would be considered sexual harassment. Might be considered harassment,
Yeah.
but I think, um, which
Let me
is
give you an
different
example.
adult.
Let me give you an example how things can be exacerbated too. I had a sister that owned McDonald's franchises. She had a son that's a complete fucking asshole. When the money ran out and they got kicked out of McDonald's because him, about 4 years later, when there was no money and they were basically on welfare, the wife left him. He threatened to kill her a couple times, got arrested once, and all this kind of bullshit that goes along with an angry male that realized that his wife didn't love him for him, she loved him for his money. When the money ran out, she quit doing it. Well, this nephew of mine is really kind of a fucking asshole. And I keep in touch with the people that own the McDonald's that she used to own. And the one guy that's the manager of about 5 of the McDonald's hates my nephew, can't stand him. So one day, one of the girls, this is about 3 months ago, came and said, "Hey, this fucking Ted is like weird." Comes in here and like he grabs my hand, rubs it and shit. I just get cool. The manager didn't like him. He said that's sexual harassment, and they sent a letter to my nephew forbidding him to go in any of the stores they owned ever again. The way that works is the police department sends you a letter. Now, I don't like my nephew. He's an asshole. Obviously, they don't like my nephew. He's an asshole. But was that really sexual harassment? Good question. But when you're not liked and someone doesn't like you, it's easy to grease the skids and make this kind of stuff stick.
That's true. You're right. So if I mean, I don't I feel like but that this is where like everything gets with sexual harassment and everything. Like I said, I took a
Mm-hmm.
sexual harassment class
Mm-hmm.
in school because it was part of my degree at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And New York State is a very big
Well, it's got to be the worst.
it
I bet
is.
you. I bet you can't even say hello to a woman.
It is. It's really bad. Like it's like I mean it's to the point where I mean for by all means nobody should be getting sexually harassed at
No,
work.
I
I'm
agree. I
not
agree.
saying
I
that
agree.
it should be tolerated by any means or whatever, but um I had to learn so when I was 18 years old or was I 17? I was either 17 or 18 and I was talking to one of my coworkers who happened to be a male and nothing sexual about it, nothing like even we weren't flattering each other, nothing, just
Yeah.
chit-chatting. Well, his girlfriend at the time worked at the same store, and we got pulled aside saying that we were sexually harassing each other. So, I mean, there are some weird
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
but that was when I was younger and everything else, but, like, you can't if
No, I
somebody
I know a black guy that got fired at the Walmart up in West Branch
Mhm.
because a white lady overheard him calling another black guy the N word. I think that's a fucking stretch.
I mean, when
She
you're
said
at
she was offended. What the fuck are you offended about? She wasn't talking to you.
but that's the thing. That's the
That's
thing
the thing.
that's the
That's
thing, like,
exactly it.
this is why when you're at work, you have to make sure that when you say things of a like, let's say you're friends with somebody at work, right? And let's just say
Yeah.
you call each other a nickname or whatever, just make sure you keep that where nobody else can hear you. So that way, it's just you and the other person and you two are okay with that. Um, it's when other people like get involved too. So you're basically
Mhm.
at the mercy of
But
everybody else.
here's the deal. Here's a straight up question. Do you think it's reasonable that a white person could get offended by two black people calling each other the N word?
So here's my take on all of that. I'll be honest with you. I don't like that word at all.
Yeah,
I
but
don't like hearing it. It's kind of like swearing to me. It's kind of like if somebody was yelling, if somebody was swearing and using other languages, would I would I go as far as finding out who their manager is and getting them in trouble? Probably not, especially if I'm in a hurry, I'm going into Walmart, I have to grab something. I run by 2 people, someone, called somebody else the N-word. Um, would I be happy about the situation? No, I would probably be offended. But like I said
here's the thing, though. Blacks calling each other the N word isn't like whites calling them that. They
right,
call them that in every rap song on their days off.
but I mean, it's a
It's
very
not the same
derogatory
connotation.
it's a derogatory
Not
term.
amongst each other, it's not.
And that's fine, but, like,
Black
when
to
you're
black, it's not
well
derogatory.
well, then, you know
It's
what?
slang.
So so if they wanna call each other that, then that's fine, but just don't do it at work in public. If you wanna go in the back room and say whatever you want, and it's just the 2 of you, and go have your social hour, then go do it. But when you're on the clock, you have to abide by certain rules, and if you don't like it, then start your own business and do your own thing. But, like, the fact of the matter is when you're when you're in the public eye, like, you just can't be whoever you
Well,
wanna
I
be.
think it's a bad idea. I'm not all with you that a white person can get offended by hearing two black people call each other that.
Oh, sure, I don't like that word, I don't like it at all. I don't care if you're joking, I don't care if you're best
You don't
friends.
care if you're black.
I don't like that word
Yeah, but see,
whatsoever.
that's probably your generation.
It would just be like as if you like, I don't like swearing. I'm not a big fan. Have I sworn before? Yes, I've
Yeah,
sworn before, but
definitely.
I don't make it a habit, and I think it looks very ugly on a person when they are swearing and cursing and I
It's
just
an
think
that's an
it's
opinion.
right. Oh, no, for sure. Oh, for sure. But when you're working in the
Stays
public,
of life.
when you're working and you're working for a company
No, in
and
the
they
work
expect you to
environment, I agree.
right, but if 2 people were just if 2 friends were just out there, I'd be like I'd probably roll my eyes, but it's not like I'm gonna be like, "Oh, I gotta call the cops now because 'cause I'm so offended because 2 people were, you know,
Yeah, but here's the
calling."
deal. 5 years ago, the Cleveland Indians were referring to the baseball team as Redskins. Does that offend you? Referring to Indians as Redskins?
So, I don't I don't I'll be completely honest with you,
Yeah,
like, I'm not, um I'm not 100% up to the Indian culture.
yeah.
So, like, I
You don't
would
think they should be called Redskins, do you?
I don't think Indians should call each other derogatory names whatsoever, and if Redskins is
No,
derogatory,
this is a Major
but
League Baseball
but
team
also
referring to their players as Redskins.
right, I mean, in baseball, they refer to, like, all their players as different names anyways, like, if we all
Yeah, but
look at
not
all
like
baseball
that. How
games,
about this? How about Indian mascots on college football teams? Indian names.
like
They've
bad
taken them away.
names or
They've taken the Indian names away
why? Are they good?
because they
Like,
say it's derogatory and the Indians are offended. I mean, if you're
oh, well
Catholic, you're Catholic. If you watched a college football game and they blasted a big puff of gray smoke on their forehead when the other team scored, it would offend you. That's Ash Wednesday. It's not to be used in a different context. So the Indians felt that mascots of running around with a headdress on, banging on a drum when they scored a touchdown or a
oh.
free throw was
Okay,
offensive.
well, yeah, like if they find it like then they have every right to take it like if it is see, the only reason why there's a couple reasons I don't like the N-word, and it's not just because of black and white in general, like it's just it was used for years, calling to put people down. That word was used for
Yeah, but if that's the true definition of it, why do blacks till this day call each other that?
I don't know, right? So I don't know if it's like a term of endearment, which to me, I would not want anybody calling me a nigger. Like, I'm sorry I used the word and I don't, but like, I know I wouldn't find it okay, and I definitely understand why black people don't find it okay, but I don't know why it's just so if you look at it too, there's white people out there that call each other that put each other down and say derogatory things towards
Do you
each
think
other
honkies?
jokingly.
Do you think honky is derogatory? Honky.
If somebody called me a honky, like I probably wouldn't care so like if somebody was like, "Hey honky," like I'd be like, "Okay, like you're a loser."
How
Like
about dyke,
I mean,
faggot?
I don't like any of those words cuz it's all majorly like there's I don't know. Like I don't like using language like that. Maybe it's how I was brought up. I was brought up with a mother who was all about like love and
That's good.
peace and
How
you
about
know,
hillbilly cracker?
hillbilly cracker. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, thanks. Um, I mean, I wouldn't be happy if somebody called me that, but like I wouldn't, you know.
What if it's used pejoratively, which means like if I call you a dumb faggot, it's just joking, fucking around, and it's pejorative, which means first of all you're not a male, and
Well,
secondly you're not gay, so it can't have the connotation that you would be offended by. It's pejorative. It's not the literal meaning.
Right. If we were hanging out and you said it like once or whatever, like I don't think it would be that bad. But if it was like something where like that was my nickname, I would start to get offended by that. I mean, if it's
Which
like
one? Which one?
any of them,
How about
any of
how
like,
about dumb cunt?
oh, please call me that. Like, are we being serious here?
No, yeah, no, that's a
Of course I
real
don't. Of
stickler.
course I
That's
don't want.
that's a that's a big one, man.
Of course
I
I
think
don't.
that's the biggest hot button there is.
I mean, of course I don't want anybody to call me those names. I mean, like, I don't know anybody who would, and to take that lightly, like, but I mean, if we were joking and like if we were joking around,
Well, that's where it gets touchy.
if we were drinking joking around and something like that was said, like it probably wouldn't be a big deal. But if it depends on where it's used, how it's used. Um,
That's where it gets dicey.
there's a lot of right, but like if you have a relationship with somebody, right?
Hmm.
A friendship, whatever. It doesn't have to be like any kind of friendship, right? So I'm sure you've had
Yeah.
friends who are okay with you talking about certain things, and you have other friends who aren't okay with that, and you have to know your audience.
Hey, but
I'm a little
don't like that brings up a good point. He's Mexican. He says Mexicans don't call each other spicks. That's interesting.
That's an offensive word too. Like
Yeah.
I have a
That's
lot of
interesting. I don't think they call him pendejo.
right, that's offensive. I mean, like I've known a lot of Puerto Rican people I've been friends with. My son is part Puerto Rican. I mean,
Maricon.
like I don't I mean, it's just derogatory. It's like unless if you really hate a person, then you might want to call them something like that. But if you actually like have a relationship with this person and everything else, I don't understand why you would use derogatory language towards somebody that you like or whatever in
No,
general.
it'd probably be hostile in an argument.
Right. So like then of course you're gonna get offended. That was the point, was for you to get offended and whatever. But um to go around just using offensive language just like all the time, it's just you can't
Yeah,
and
but
I,
but don't you think this is much different now than it was 25 years ago?
I think we've gotten a lot better as far as um I
A lot
remember
better, a lot more sensitive.
I remember when I was traveling and I forgot what state it was in, so you're gonna have to excuse me, but I stopped to get something to eat and it was in the South and I didn't know where I was going. I was just hungry. So like I'm like, "Oh, look, here's a place." So I grabbed something to eat and just to hear people like talk about black people as like colored still. They still do that down there. They still use
That's
the word
old
colored.
people. Old people.
She wasn't that old. She was probably like maybe 10 years
Hey,
older
she was
than
trying to be polite.
and she was talking about like colored and like saying the N word and everything else. And it was just like and her kids, it was like a family thing. There was a family dinner. I sat next to him, not next to him, but like I sat in the booth, you know,
Yeah.
next to him. And I left there. I hightailed it out of there and I didn't know what because you got to understand I'm from New York and there's certain things that you just don't hear or say
Yeah,
or
but New
whatever in
York,
public.
that's like the worst fucking place ever.
But I don't know where I forgot what state
You
it was.
guys are offended by fucking everything.
I wanna say I was in, like, South Carolina or something. It was just I was traveling down the East Coast, and I was just really hungry, so I stopped in, like it was like a fast food place in the South, and I just wanted to get something to eat, and I was like, "Wow," the conversation that I just overheard, I was like, you would never go in a restaurant and overhear the conversation that I heard in New York. You just wouldn't.
No, no, you
Like, you
get
wouldn't
you
hear the
get you get
words.
the death penalty.
You wouldn't hear those
That
words.
twat. Yeah, I haven't heard that in a while. How
Yeah.
about wetback, Don?
Oh, yeah, that was a Mexican
How about
thing.
wetback?
My friend's sister is half Mexican, and she would say, so I learned a lot about her culture because there's not a major Mexican population in my city. They're mostly Puerto Ricans. So we learned a lot about Hispanic. Okay, don't like that. New York is crappy. She's full of shit, probably. Oh, this is cute. I like these comments. This I don't read your comments. But yeah, you can't. You just there's just certain things that in a civilized world, you just don't say or do say.
Yeah.
I mean,
How about, did you ever hear the term getting Jewed?
I've heard your yarmulke's burning. I've heard, yeah, yeah. My, I'm not gonna tell you who went around saying
No, I
that,
want to know who said it. No, how do we know you're not making this shit up when you won't
but
give
I'm not.
names?
I'm not because I don't want to because
Yeah, because burning.
yeah, they used to use it as a term of like you're being stingy, your yarmulke's burning. So,
I never heard that. I heard getting Jewed. My dad used to use it all the time. How about WAP for
oh,
Italians?
I've heard that. Oh
You know
yeah,
what that
oh
stands for,
yeah.
don't you?
No,
Illegal Italian immigrants without papers.
really, I
Yeah.
didn't even know that, but I've
Yeah.
heard it before. Like I've heard everything. Like I've
How
heard
about with Chinese, chink?
chink. Oh yeah, I heard chink before. I'm trying to think. I've heard. What have I heard derogatory?
Zero.
Oh yeah.
Nip.
What?
Nip.
No,
NIP.
no, I never heard that.
Chris, you're not on the fucking thing. How am I gonna let you on? You gotta fucking come on here,
I mean, you just
I
really
think
have.
I don't know. I don't give a fuck.
You just
I
really
try
have.
not to offend people.
Well, my mother always told me, Michelle, just remember your audience when you're speaking, right?
She's right.
She says if you can recognize your audience,
The link's posted. It's right on the fucking screen. Isn't it? Can you see the link?
let's see.
That's how you clicked on it, isn't it?
Yeah, I clicked on the link. It was at the beginning of the chat though, so I don't know if it's
Yeah,
still.
but no, it's stuck right on the thing. It looks like to me. Can you guys see the link or not? I thought it's been on the whole time. Oh, okay. No, you shouldn't say those things unless you're in a fight or arguing.
Right. So unless it's like somebody like, I mean, like you just don't go around saying stuff like that. And I think everybody should know that. Like you shouldn't just, and I don't really like swearing in general, so it's
Well,
like
what's your issue with it? Like
with what?
fuck is like the number one word.
It just sounds ugly to me. It just makes
You
the
know,
person
it's
sound ugly.
actually fuck is actually not a.
I didn't see it right away. I didn't see the link right away.
I mean,
Fuck is actually an acronym. It stands for unlawful carnal knowledge. It's not a dirty word. It's the way it's been interpreted.
right. Well, I mean, like I'm just saying, like stuff that sounds bad
Well,
to
thank you,
me.
Chris.
I mean, right. So like I just
Yeah, Archie Bunker. Yeah,
So you've been doing? We miss you.
me or Michelle.
Miss you, Tom.
Oh, thank you. I've been coming on.
Tom's like, oh, thank you.
Yeah,
He's
We
all blushing.
haven't seen you in a while. We haven't talked to you in a while. Wanted to know how you're doing.
yeah, pretty good. Yeah, we're just talking about like derogatory terms.
Uh,
Like
I
Chris doesn't really like being people saying he looks like Ron Jeremy.
that's funny.
You know who Ron Jeremy is, Michelle?
Yeah, he's that poor. Well, I looked him up last time you
Yeah,
talked
you
about
looked him up. You knew who it was.
he's but he like
You think Chris has a little resemblance of him?
yeah, a little bit, yeah.
You got any guesses where he doesn't resemble him?
What?
She said, "What? What's going on, Chris? Where's
So-
Debbie? You got her tied up and her mouth duct taped?
She's on her computer.
Oh, good for her.
So what do you think about what's going on in Israel?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, actually I was in a pretty sad state for
I went to a lecture like 25, 30 years ago, and the
Just glad
the
I'm not.
professor said they're never going to get along no matter what.
Right. Well, that's the sad reality of it too, is it's just gonna, I
What's
don't
your
know.
What's your weather been like?
Beautiful. It's supposed to rain tomorrow though.
70
That's
still?
too. Yeah, it's been great, man. Great.
It's probably getting cold up in where you in Michigan.
Yeah, I got to get up there too, man. I'm getting in a jam on this fucking shit. This house isn't done. Those people want to move in.
Oh,
I mean, if I was a total dick, I'd say, well, when it's done, it's done. But I know they want to get in there, and I don't want to be up there moving that shit in the snow. I'm gonna get up there. I'm gonna go
Are you
over to
getting,
there. I'm
are
gonna
you
go
getting ready
kayaking.
for, sorry.
What's that? Go ahead.
Are you getting ready for Halloween? Are you gonna
No, I
evolve?
remember, even as a kid, I mean, we threw eggs and soap windows and shit like that. But I mean, I always thought that those Easter, all of them, like they didn't really have any meaning. Even Christmas and New Year's doesn't. Like I just treat it as another day.
yep, I do too.
Well, I'm sure
And
you're
the
not gonna.
Christians, the hardcore right wing Christians, they consider that devil worship.
Okay, so here's the thing too
Harry
about
Potter, all that shit.
so so actually the day before, or what is it? The day before, or the day after Halloween is a holiday, All Hallows Eve, and it's, I don't know, like I don't think that there's any kind of devil worshiping going on if kids want to wear costumes and
No,
dress.
I don't either. But they say it's glorifying Satan. Devil horns, pitchforks, all this shit. It's not like Christmas with angel wings and lambs and mangers.
You know the band Kiss? Do you know what people refer Kiss by?
Huh.
What's Satan's Knights or something?
Knights and Satan service.
Knights and Satan services.
Oh, really? They're all Jews,
Yeah, the band Kiss. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that,
I really don't see a problem with having kids dress up and
No, I
get
don't think it should be
neighbors.
taken literally. It's just a fun night out.
Yeah, with your family.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
They get candy. Like,
You talk to those Church of Christ wackos.
there
Some of
wasn't
those offshoot groups,
well,
yeah, no.
I've been hearing on the news that Halloween stuff has really gone way up this year, price wise. Candy's gone up. Halloween costumes.
Everything is like crazy expensive to me.
Oh,
I
everything.
don't know.
Gone
I
through
think
the
it
roof.
is.
People are going to need a third job
It's true, Christine. Yeah.
just when everybody was like, hey,
No, yeah, I agree, man.
both a woman
Like I
and a
said, I
man.
say it all the time, man. I caught the tail end of the good days. Unless you were just some like freak, you did fine. You didn't have to be that smart, that hard of a worker. You'd have all sorts of shit.
I mean, look at
Cabin up north, boats, go on vacations, cruises, spending money, send your kids to college. No way, no problem.
look at how much it costs.
Oh, it's off the charts.
I don't know how.
This is no bullshit. This sounds crazy, and I don't think it's influenced by my constant state of depression. But I'm glad I'll be dead in 15 years.
You live in New York or Connecticut?
She lives in New York.
Oh, yeah, I live in New York.
Yeah.
It's got to be. Is it awfully expensive for an apartment where you live?
Yes, it is. You do not want an apartment. You want to hopefully buy a house because, and I've always said this to everybody, like, buy a house. Like,
Apartment, you don't own it.
yeah,
No.
you're throwing your money away. You're never going to see
Yeah,
it
but I mean,
back.
you got in where you could do it, but I don't see how, like people in their 20s, I don't know how you buy a house anymore with the cost of things.
Are you able to live there comfortably and affordably, or is it gotten a little out of control?
Well,
She got in before it got out of control.
yeah, so
Oh,
like I
yeah.
I was always a very paranoid person from a young age. Thank you to my upbringing and my mother.
I know your taxes are high there. Your taxes have got to be really high there.
They are high, but I was
Yeah,
always very paranoid about money since a young age. So I saved at a very young age, and I was very careful with how I
Yeah.
spent my money at a very young age and what I did with it. So what I have now is due to my constant worry and saving and
My dad was like that.
Right. Well, he probably grew up in the Great Depression era
He
too.
did, yeah.
Right.
That's it.
So there was a little bit of that, you know, that unknown that you wanted that cushion if you had to use it, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, in all reality, uh, do I like to spend money? Yes, I do like to spend money, but I mean, you have to do so accordingly.
Yeah. It's tough out there.
I'm on a 27-inch Mac.
Wow. Where'd you get that?
It's a late 2009. I got it for $80.
Wow. I don't know. I never messed with any of that Apple stuff.
No.
No. I always thought you could get so much more bigger bang for your buck with PCs.
Yeah, they're good computers.
Yeah,
No,
here Daisy sleeping.
See, the one thing about Apple is that if you have an Apple computer that's out of warranty, they'll still give you support on it.
They've got weird things though, like particularly storage space, adding on like hard drive space.
If you buy an HP computer and it goes out of warranty, they won't even help you unless you have a credit card. With Apple, they'll help you no matter what.
Yeah, but look what you're paying for an Apple when you buy it new. It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I would say like 15 years ago, it made sense to buy an Apple, particularly if you were in graphics or you're doing some movie editing, but not anymore.
Older Mac computers, they'll still support. And I mean, they can only do.
Yeah, I mean, they got to do something when you're charging that much.
Yeah,
you know?
like $1,500. They're expensive as hell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they really are. Yeah.
So, what have you been doing with yourself lately?
Not much, man. Just kind of goofing around.
Been bumming much? Been doing some
Nah, not too much. I gotta get up to Michigan pretty soon, and the house is going pretty good. You know what I'm doing? Hey, you know what I'm doing to the floors? I'm skipping tile. I'm getting polished concrete.
Okay, that'll be nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I looked around, and when you compare both of them, most people don't get polished concrete because it's more. Down here, it's not. It's actually a little cheaper than tile. I didn't really care about the cost factor, but it looks nice and it's like bulletproof.
Didn't you just get back from somewhere recently? I thought you.
Yeah, I was out in Holbrook, Arizona. Yeah.
Okay. Did you get many interviews out there, or did you do much?
Yeah, I got one. What I'd planned on doing is interviewing Native Americans, but it didn't really work out. You know, I got out there and just did other things.
Yeah. How'd you like it out there?
I like it. I think it's beautiful, like New Mexico, but I wouldn't want to live out there. I mean, if you cut down like I did through New Mexico and Arizona and cut across Texas, I mean, there's just really just millions of acres uninhabitable, no water. I mean, you don't have a bug hit your windshield, a bird flying in the air, dead snake in the road, nothing. Just super hot.
Yeah.
And nothing there.
Yeah, I don't think I could handle
No, it sucks.
the heat there.
No, it's crazy. Arizona's the heat, man. I mean, it's hot in New Mexico too, but nothing like those crazy Arizona temperatures.
People never talk about Montana. I mean, that's
Beautiful. Been all over Montana. I would live in Montana, but Montana is very rural.
Oh yeah, I believe it.
You know, and I like it, but it's once again that's like dry farming. I like Havre, Montana.
I bet you they don't have a homeless problem.
They don't, because there's really, there's not enough like population to support them. You know,
Idaho's another beautiful state.
Yeah, I don't really care for that area, that dry climate, rocks and stuff like that. I like green and water, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How's your dog doing?
Good. She's doing great.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep.
I bet you she's liking these comfortable.
I just gave her a haircut the other day, and she likes this cool weather big time.
Oh, I bet.
That could be. Montana's a great state, but living there, I mean, I've been to all those places, Alaska, Hawaii, all through the West. Even this is like my limit, Georgia. I never thought I lived down here once before, and I didn't like it. I mean, I'm not a kind of guy that moves to places because of weather. I actually like the winter, but the winters in Michigan, were nothing. So I ended up, it was no big deal coming here, but I don't care. It's mild, nice weather here, but it's not that big a deal to me.
Oh, so that's just like Branson. We have very mild winters.
Yeah, summers are hotter than hell.
Yeah.
But it's getting like that everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely getting like that.
Yeah, Branson's got, but I bet you get quite a bit colder than we do.
We don't get nearly as cold as Wisconsin does, but we do get cold.
No, they get cold there. They sure do.
We don't
I
get.
love Wisconsin though in those areas. I like them.
We have 80s in between.
Yeah, we don't get nearly as
Bye,
cold.
Stephanie. Yeah,
Talk to Mark.
George is cool. I didn't. I haven't talked to him lately. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's still doing his like music things. You know.
You ever talk to Bimbo?
Never.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't know. I guess she's still doing the same thing.
That's how I first met you.
Oh, through Bimbo?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You sure about that?
Yeah, sure about that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
You met Bimbo through him.
Yeah, I met Bimbo through you,
You met
and
him by watching a video.
that's how I got to know Mark too.
Oh, okay.
You were on one night, and I got
Vacation.
so yeah. So, would you have anything good for dinner tonight?
No, not really. I had a dinner from the gas station. It was pretty good actually. My appetite's been down lately. I think I got allergies.
Do you have a lot of good restaurants there down
No,
there?
not really. Not close. I got to go 55 miles one way or 35
really?
the other. Yeah, I usually go to Augusta or Athens. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We've had a great fall here so far.
Oh, that's
Yeah, it's
good.
been nice. Like right now, what is it? Nice 64 out. That's not bad for 11 o'clock at night.
Oh, is it 11?
Yeah, I liked it.
No, it's 10 o'clock. Oh, you're right. You're an hour ahead of me. My bad.
Yeah, overhead. Yeah, you're on Central Time. Yep.
Yeah,
So we should ask Chris how he feels about using derogatory.
Chris, what do you think about using like the N word and
Well-
fag and wetback and shit like that?
Well, here's my take on the N word. I mean, I don't use it. I know it's offensive.
Never.
No, it may have slipped. It might have, but I don't remember. I don't use. But I'm just saying. Here's my thing. It's okay for black people to use it, but if we use it, then we're out of line for using that word. See, that's the part I don't get. They can call themselves nigga, they can call them this and that, but if we call them that, then they have an issue.
Yeah, but it's a different meaning.
Yeah, like it came from a history of slave and abuse.
Well,
and
they
everything
say
else.
it. They say it like nigga, like that. That's how they say it. They don't actually say the actual. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
it's the same
really,
thing.
But really, I think black people need to talk better. Like honestly, I don't
That's
know.
what Bill Cosby said.
You know what
I
gay
don't-
stands? You know
In
what gay
between
stands?
raping people.
You know what gay stands for?
What?
Got AIDS yet?
Oh, God.
That'll put that one in your.
But that's the thing. I don't think people
You know,
should
Newport,
honestly.
you know what Newport stands for?
Huh.
Niggers eat wet pussy on a rainy Tuesday.
That's not nice.
That's not nice.
See, look, his wife did it like that.
Sorry you asked, Michelle.
I'm just saying, like, that would be like me going around calling, my friend a cracker or something. Like, why would I do that? You know what I mean? Hey,
They call us
cracker.
honky.
Yeah.
They call us honkies.
Well, like, but I wouldn't call my friend a honky, and like that's just weird.
Right. Well, I wouldn't either, but no, I just don't think I just don't understand why black people can use that language. But
Because it's fucking different. They're
Yeah.
black.
how is it different?
It'd be like two
Because-
lesbians calling each other dyke. It's fucking
Yeah.
wrong.
How is it any? Well,
Because white
It's
people
not literal.
white people used to own slaves and abuse the shit out of them and call them niggers all the time. And that is why
Hey, Mark.
it is
Yeah.
offensive for a white person to call a black person the N-word.
Yeah, you just can't do it.
do you think black Jamaican women are the same as regular black?
No, I don't.
You don't think it's the same?
No.
You think it's different?
Yeah.
In what way do you think it's different?
Yeah, I don't know if I can explain it. They're just it's different. I don't know.
Is there much difference between a Jamaican and a black regular? Remember Marcus was telling
They
us.
had
Yeah, it's
slaves-
true, Chris.
they had
I-
slaves in Jamaica.
I find it kind of funny that like white people are talking about like black people, like and what they find different about. I mean, like that would be like me saying, "Oh, hey, do I find an Italian person different from a German
you ever date a
person?
black
Well,
man?
probably. There's probably
You ever date a black man, Michelle?
Who cares?
I love your
It
voice.
doesn't matter. You love who
No,
you
Michelle,
love.
you ask, come on,
Who cares?
come on, Mark, you beaver trapping motherfucker.
I know you're married, but I'm saying if you weren't married, I'm saying. Let's say you were single.
God, Mark, don't knock over the maple syrup and come on up.
I would. I would.
You,
Yeah.
you would date a black. Okay, well,
Why
I'm not attracted to black girls for some reason. Wish I
Some
was.
Some are very. I mean, now we get a lot of J1 students here in Branson, and I'll tell you some of those ones.
Mark, I put the link.
We get ones that are from like the Bahamas. Who these some fine looking chicks. Dominican, Republican.
No, here's the thing. I can like not be attracted to black women and not be a racist. It's got nothing to do with that.
Right.
My best man in my wedding was black.
Right.
well, you're not. Yeah, you're not considered racist if you don't want to.
No, but people will think that,
So
I was in a place about a month ago. I stopped in, talked to this black lady at this place. I'd met her one time, and it was another lady who was in there, and I only met her once, and she was kind of overweight, about 30. And I said, "You're not the owner, aren't you?" She said, "Oh, you're one of those, huh? You think we all look alike?" It's
Oh,
like, no, I don't. But you do kind of look alike. Now that you brought it up, you're both about 5'5", 100 pounds overweight, about 30 years old. So what's the issue? I let him have it. Fuck it.
I mean,
That was her.
you just got to kind of like pick your battles in life, and
I don't care. I mean, I try to be like respectful.
yeah, I mean, I think if you're just,
I do
you
think
know,
this though. I think a lot of people that talk this shit and use these racist terms, when it comes down to brass tacks, and like they're not really racist. They're just like mad, angry people talking shit.
Yeah.
And they would help out any of these people that they use that slang term with out of a burning house or a broken down car or any other fucking thing. Here's this fucking beaver trapping maple syrup making motherfucker from Canada.
How the fuck is it going?
Did you put your pet beaver away?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, good.
we just asked about you. I just mentioned your name.
What's Canadian bacon going for?
The beaver is nicely trimmed and sleeping for the night.
Great.
Been trying to keep up with this boy you put out a lot of videos, Tom. Try to keep up with them, and there's always a fresh one waiting to be watched.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with uploading videos. I'll admit to it. It's funny. I can like fuck off on everything but my YouTube. Man, I'll tell you, I'm always recording something. Really, it's the first thing on my mind. I don't know why I'm like that. And even like today, when I went back and read books, I got cameras running like of the clouds and the leaves and shit. It's fucking nuts. I agree. It's a mental issue.
have you ever tried filming like anything underwater? Like,
Well, lots of times.
oh, really?
Yeah.
'Cause I
Yeah,
love
I've done a
it.
bunch of that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good.
It went under the water.
I even go out in the wintertime and drill a 14-inch deep ice, a hole in it, and put my camera under there and check out shit.
Yeah, those are interesting. You don't see that much, but still.
No, it's just kind of cool what's down underneath there.
I'll see you later, Tom.
All right, have a good night, Chris. Bye, Debbie. No, it's I like I know it sounds stupid, but believe it or not, I mean, and that's the reason that I set up my YouTube thing and why I don't get pissed about viewers and subscribers or any of that shit, because I honestly thought I had a place to upload the stuff, and I go back in my videos and click on them. It's like, oh yeah, it's cool. I can't believe it's been this much time. One thing YouTube will do for you, and it'll confirm how fast time flies. Like those Detroit videos I uploaded today, 9 years and 10 years old. Seems like I just did them a little while ago.
Yeah.
And
A little while ago.
and I like clouds for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, they can be okay, I guess. I mean, it's all up to you. You're the capturing it, so it's what you see.
Nope. Nobody watches them though.
The cloud video.
I think it's
not my favorite.
But it doesn't keep me from uploading them though. If you look back to when I first started my channel, I'm doing the same stuff now as I did then.
I think if you went about it like if you were to like document it, you know,
Yeah.
like nature videos or like
Mhm.
whatever else, and add some like excitement to it, it might generate more views
Yeah,
for
see, I
you.
don't care about views. Like what I do when I'm doing these videos, it's like totally fun.
Or you just do it as like a hobby.
Yeah, and I got it like so down. I mean, those videos, like I uploaded one the other day and what was 23 hours long.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts, man. I was just like, I just string a bunch together, and you're going to get a few people that like them. But I mean, if you're looking for views and expanding your like presence, you can forget it with stuff like that. People just think you're crazy. I get shitty emails over them, like, "Don't I have a life?" and fucking clouds, and like, yeah,
Just ignore those.
like you're kind of like that with music, Mark.
What do you mean?
Well, you talk about music, you do it every day, you do it on your day off. You don't have to. You've been doing it your whole life. As my dad used to tell me, when he would give me an example of people that were really in love with something, he'd say you'd rather like listen to music than fuck.
Well, I don't know about that, but
Yeah.
but I think I know what you're getting at.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. It's the same obsession. I am pretty well obsessed with music because I'm not making it. I'm listening to it in some form or another, and or I'm doing something with it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Simple Life. Yeah, it's okay. I just like I like random, like no big deal. The clouds are never the same.
That's
Believe it
right.
or not, that had a lot to do with getting my pilot's license. Because I just love clouds. And I thought, man, I can get up there and fly around these damn things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Get on top sometimes, on top of a cloud deck and look down. It looks like carpet. Yeah, get like an extra charge out of it.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Other people are thinking, oh, we're on our way to Kentucky. And I'm thinking, man, look at all these kick-ass clouds. Just this random moisture and stuff. It looks so cool.
It does, yeah. I've flown quite a few times commercially, and got a kick out of being up there, seeing the
Yeah, I mean, when you think of like when you think of the technology that occurred, you're up at doing 500 miles an hour, sitting in a sink, drinking a beer, reading a book on your way to a vacation. It's crazy, man. Women walking up and down the aisles, bringing you food. I mean, this is insane. All man-made stuff too. The jet engine, the fuselage, the avionics. None of that stuff would be worth a shit without a human flying it, though.
yeah.
Actually, that came into fact when the pilot had to make an emergency landing in New York City a couple years back. I still remember that, and he was just like treated as like he saved everybody on that plane. I guess the engines
Oh
were.
yeah, but
You remember that?
no, let me
Remember
tell you.
that part?
Yeah, you're talking about the Hudson, the guy that landed the
Yeah,
Hudson. But let
yeah.
me tell you, if you read this is no kidding. Hate to be a Debbie Downer, but he was actually faulted in the FAA report for fucking that landing up. What he
Really?
did is, yes, he disengaged the autopilot and hit the water going way too fast and did more damage to the aircraft than he should have. But, of course, Hollywood, that didn't stop him from making a movie. Where he got lucky is it just so happened that even though he did that, Captain Haynes was his name. Even though he did that, he didn't catch a wingtip. Because if he'd have caught a wingtip, that thing would have cartwheeled. It just worked out in his favor. So, you can argue that, well, nobody got hurt. He did a great job. That's true. But
Right.
from a professional standpoint, he did a fucked up job of landing that plane in the water. And actually, simulators, which I wouldn't fault him for this. He could have made it back to the airport. But when you're taking flying lessons, that's what they always tell you. That's what gets you, trying to get back to the airport. But computer simulations prove that he could have made it back to the airport and landed.
Oh, okay.
But if you're, let me tell you this: if you ever run into a pilot in an airport or somebody that flies for a living, Ask them what they think of Captain Haynes. They think he's a fucking jerk off. Because anybody that read the report that was a pilot knew that he fucked up and got away with it. But he was
okay.
portrayed as a hero by Tom. But that, that's Hollywood,
Right.
Here's Ron Jeremy.
He's back. He's back. He's back.
No, but that was, and let me tell you now, that airplane, that was an A320. That's configured so that when you lose power, all you have to do is sit there. Basically, the autopilot will take everything. It'll calculate everything into the wind, your speed, flap settings, the whole bit. And he overrode it. It's just a miracle that he didn't catch a wingtip and cartwheel it. But see, Michelle, here's a perfect example. Michelle thinks he's a hero, but a professional pilot thinks he's a jack off that got lucky. There's a big difference.
I don't
One
think
thing, if you can land a faulty plane, because you would know this, Tom.
Yeah, Sully,
So-
same thing.
So
Sully in the movie, Haynes in the no, Hayes was the DC-10 guy. You're right. Sully was the Hudson. Hayes was the guy in Iowa City where the engine came off the DC-10. No, but it's not hard, Michelle. You're thinking because big jet airplane guy, this guy's just got so many skills. It's not true.
You turn it down.
Let me give you another example. When you go to an air show, you're watching the Blue Angels. Oh, wow. Yeah, man. That's fucking nothing compared to the guy flying the pits or the extra doing an aerobatic routine. The guy in the little airplane, the little biplane doing all that shit, could fly that jet way easier than the jet guy could fly the small biplane doing those kind of maneuvers.
Well, I think anybody who can land a plane and everybody ends up okay is a hero.
No,
Like whether
no,
it was his fault or not.
No,
whether
you're right. No, and that's how the movie sold.
Right. Because
But if you were a pilot and you read the report, that'd be like you, being legally drunk and 6 kids in your car without seatbelts, and one of the tires blows and you keep everybody from getting hurt any worse.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you could be, oh, she really did a good job. She didn't panic. She kept the car on the road. Yeah, you were drunk and none of the kids had seatbelts on. You got shit lucky. Big difference between a skilled pilot that actually brings a crippled airplane down and everybody lives. They got lucky. And an A320, you'd be surprised how slow you can get those. Now, if you'd done an old DC-9, the early ones, or a 727, it'd have killed half those motherfuckers no matter what you did because the ground speed was so much faster. An A320, it's all this new laminar flow wing. You got the wing tips. Shit, you can get down to about 95 knots, which is nothing hitting water. Back in the days with some of the older jets, there'd have been bodies floating all over.
320 is that huge thing, right? That holds like
A320. No, actually, an A320 is a medium range jet that's kind of a throwaway jet. The airlines buy them, they run them till the end, and they junk them.
Wow.
Yeah, they're all over the place. A320s, super easy to fly. I know a guy that was his first job as a first officer, and then he transitioned to captain. He said, "I'm telling you, Tom, this thing is easier to fly than a Cessna 172." The old jets weren't like that. Fast ground speeds, high landing speeds. It's interesting.
Well, I think the general public, right? You obviously have this knowledge, right? Because you were.
Oh, yeah, you're right. The general public, that's right.
So like me, like the general public, who I don't know, all I know is when I see plane crashes, all I know is the two important things that a pilot does is when you take off and when you land. And I've seen
Landing's the worst.
exactly. We've all seen plane crashes before, and what happens in plane crashes is most people end up dying. Like in a plane crash. Like if a plane crashes, usually there's if everybody doesn't die on the plane, it's usually most of the people. So for this guy to, being a general public, like not having a pilot's license, I would definitely consider him. Everybody got off okay,
No, that's it, and that's exactly how it was pitched. And if you talk to somebody that's not in the aviation, they think him as a hero, and that's exactly how they build the movie, and that's what the general consensus is. And there's an argument. To me, I wouldn't say he's a hero. I'd say he's lucky, and I'm glad it worked out that way because I read the report. And you're right. When you're a layperson and everybody's sitting out in the wing waiting to get rescued, nobody died. It's hard as a layperson to not agree that, this guy seems like a pretty damn good pilot.
Right. In some kind of sense, I guess. Like even if it wasn't everything that he probably could have or should have done, like in all essence, like I've seen too many plane crashes where it was very unfavorable for.
No. Oh, yeah. And here's the thing, too. I've known pilots. I mean, I still follow airplane crashes pretty heavily.
Mhm.
And I know guys that are just super gifted, like, gifted. I'm talking about not somebody that got their license like me, but like somebody that just seems to have this extra edge and flew this and that and had all sorts of hours. They'll find them spread over a cornfield in a million fucking pieces and killed their whole family and the friends that they took with them. And you just think, oh my God, how did I ever live this long? I mean, what really went on here? How did this happen? But you see guys like that, well-known, famous pilots with tons of time, still cracking these planes up. And it was always in the back of my mind. It's like, my God, if this guy's crashing, how in the fuck am I going to do this for much longer? You know what I mean? Some of these plane crashes are like a mystery. I'll tell you another thing, like spins. For a while, like spin training was required when I got my license, and it scared the shit out of me. Like getting slow like that, and then the plane spins. It's like, motherfucker, we're going to die. And you had to do one, to demonstrate that you knew how to get out of one. And I was like scared the whole damn time.
Well, yeah.
Then I did aerobatics for a while. Well, then they quit doing spin training for a while because they said it forced and made too many people quit aviation. They got scared. Now they brought it back again. But spin training is another example. You do these spins. It's like you get in this spin, you do this, you do that, you pull out of it. And then you'll read about like super famous guys that'll be at an air show performing. They get in a spin and they hit the ground doing, 200 miles an hour. And you think, what happened there? I mean, they got out of it 1,000 times before. There's always this mystique about getting killed in a plane crash that always stuck with me. It's like, man, I hope I'm not one of those.
Well, think about it like this, right? And this is what everyone would tell me every time I would get nervous flying or whatever.
It's safer than driving.
Oh, actually, let me ask you, because you were a pilot. So, on one plane ride I had, the pilot came on and he was like, we have to, he literally said, which I'm not sure if this was appropriate or not, but it definitely scared me. He came over the overhead, and he said, unfortunately, because there's too many planes in the air right now, we have to take the route that has the most turbulence. So he's like,
Yeah.
just basically, we had to buckle up and,
Basically.
whatever. And I was like, why did he have to tell us all of that? So now I'm paranoid that I'm going to see a plane next to me or something. And meanwhile, we're bouncing all over the place because he told us, that this was going to happen or whatever. But I mean, do you think that was the appropriate thing for the pilot to?
Yeah, I think it was. He probably could have soft pedaled it a little more.
Yeah, maybe.
Airplanes are designed. What happens when you get into heavy turbulence, which most people never do? I was in moderate turbulence once, and that was enough to scare me. Is you slow down what's called maneuvering speed, and that means the airplane will stall before it comes apart. So when you're in like turbulence that's rough, like a lot of structural pressure on the airplane, you slow down to maneuvering speed. It's a public speed, depending on what airplane you're in. And that airplane's going to buff it before it comes apart. And once I found out that, it's like, oh, okay, well, this isn't too bad. It's like I feel better about that because, you're high. You don't care if you're going to stall when you're high and you got a lot of airspeed. As long as I knew but I had a problem with that for quite a while. I was always afraid that I tried aerobatics and I just didn't really like it. I was afraid the wings were going to come off.
Yeah,
Scary to me.
that was probably like out of the plane rides that I've taken, that was probably the worst. And then once he told me that, it made me more nervous because now I'm looking out the window, like, am I going to freaking see an airplane? Which
Yeah, you
probably is
could.
true.
Yeah, you could.
Really? Okay. Well,
Yeah, but that's nothing.
I was I was worried about that, but it was a very horrific all of us at the end of that plane ride, we were so excited to get off the plane, But I mean, everything landed safely, but like some people hit their heads on the ceiling. That's how bad it was. People
No,
were,
that's bad. That's why you should never, whenever you're in an airplane going anywhere, keep your seatbelt on.
yeah,
Loosen it up a little so it's not tight because you never know. There's all sorts of flight attendants over the years that had to medically retire because of cervical injuries from walking up and down the aisles. And even when it gets bad, they tell them to sit down.
yeah, they had to sit down on that flight.
But you can hit a pocket of bad air sometime, and it's like, what in the hell is this?
Yeah, it was horrible. Like I think we literally dropped like I don't know exactly how many feet, but we actually it was like we hit turbulence and then it kind of felt like we like do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
probably did. Yeah,
and then everyone kind of flew out of their
I've
you know,
gotten sick in turbulence before. Gotten sick.
I believe it. Well, you flew for you like I'm sure you've had to deal with that.
Yeah,
Mm.
but I believe me, I tried not to. You know,
Well,
in a little single engine airplane, you know, in a jet, you can usually get out of it. You can go higher. But in a single engine, you know, piston airplane, I mean, you're kind of stuck up to 10,000 feet, which is where a lot of the turbulence is at. So you're kind of fucked. And you'd be surprised the square mileage areas when turbulence occurs. But you read the weather reports. It's not, most of the time it's forecast perfectly. You're not, if it's out there, you go the next day. If it's there and if it's 100, you can fly 100-mile east, you go around it. And you get PIREPs, they're called, PIREPS. And those are pilots flying those routes that are constantly getting reports. So if I got a moderate or a heavy turbulence report, fuck, I got the fuck out of there, man. I landed. I mean, it seems like you're in a damn carnival ride.
right.
I mean, I think I'm scared and I'm flying this goddamn thing.
Well, I always told, you know, whatever they traveled with, I said I might feel a little bit better if I was actually flying this plane and I actually
You
knew
would.
it was
You
bad.
would.
And
You
he
would. I've
always
had that
said,
happen
"Oh,
before. I've been flying before and like looking down and like
mhm,
get like the heebie jeebies. And the minute I touch that yoke, that steering wheel, and just flex it a little, like just a little bit, and
yeah."
you can feel the change, it goes right away.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I
Yeah.
told people. I said, you know, I might feel better if if I was like actually like in control of like what was going or felt like at least a little bit like in control. But like when you're on a plane, like you don't have that,
Oh, yeah,
you're
you're just sitting
hoping
back
that
there.
everybody
By the time you're flying a plane for pay, you got it pretty down, you know.
but they said but a lot of people would just tell me like every time I told them my fears of flying and stuff like that, they told me they said the chances of you getting hurt flying compared to you getting in your car and driving all the time, I guess the
Way safer.
probability, yeah, driving or flying safer, that's what a lot of people would tell
Oh,
me.
big time. Flying is super safe.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you do hear about plane crashes, but think about it like this. How many plane crashes per year compared to how many car
Yeah,
accidents
that's true.
happen per
And you know,
day?
you're up there. It's like you're not running into anything.
Right, right. You don't it's yeah, exactly. It's not like you're right.
No,
What do
it's super safe.
what do they tell you to do in a plane crash? Put your head between your legs.
Yeah, put a pillow up there or duck down. Excuse me, what's that?
Put your head between your and kiss
But
your
like
ass.
that was just one plane ride that I had. I mean, I had many plane rides where I could literally like build a card house and have it stay up the whole plane trip too. So I mean, one bad experience shouldn't determine all experiences.
I usually drink on commercial flights, heavy. So it's a funny sort of phenomenon that sort of happens. You have a few drinks up there, you catch a bit of a buzz, but when you land, the buzz usually goes away anyway. So I don't sweat. But I would in a little plane, Tom. Little Piper Cub, or we use
Oh, I don't like the little planes. Oh no, the little planes and the helicopters.
love helicopters. I'll do one of those. Oh, Tom's not there. They don't have a good screen. Yeah, I
Well,
love helicopters. I'll do
even
a helicopter.
Well, even on airplanes now, they've cut back on like drinks and snacks and food in general, I've noticed.
Oh, did that? You know what? I haven't smoked for a few years. And that,
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. I mean, I had a good time doing it. I mean, I haven't done it in a long time. I probably won't do it again. I still sometimes have an inkling like there's an it's called an Aerolite 105. I've flown ultralights before, but I know better. Whenever you get out of a certified airplane, something that's goes through testing by the federal government to become certified. If you look at accidents compared to certified airplanes, compared to experimental ones that people build themselves, or like ultralights, the difference in cracking them up in one of those and a certified airplane is like night and day. But I still think of getting one once in a while, and I always say to myself, I don't want to, live the next 15 years being a quadriplegic, which
yeah.
is and I always kind of talk myself out of it, but I still go through this probably once a month thinking about getting one. Flying over the farm fields down here and just having fun, but the accident rate on those is through the roof compared to a certified, actual, legitimate airplane.
Right. That is, are those, so those are probably the ones that you hear about where plane
All the
accidents.
time.
They're probably those ones. Yeah. Just like, well, there was a plane accident that happened here a few years back, and I believe it was like a private, uh, a private plane and a private owner and everything. And I think he was actually flying it too.
Oh yeah. I mean, you got to be, and here's the thing too. There's a big difference between being a recreational pilot and a guy pilot for a living. I've talked to guys that fly for a living, and they're flying all the time. They're flying, 40, 80 hours a month. And they all say that after like a week's vacation, when they come back, they're a little rusty. It doesn't mean they're dangerous. So you can imagine what it's like for a guy that's only flying 50 hours a year. All of a sudden, you're going to try and make it down to Key West from Detroit, Michigan in January, and you got ice and snow and all sorts of bullshit, and you're not on your A game. You're on your like C game. It's a big difference. I mean,
Right.
it's crazy. It's like how you lose, how your skills start to deteriorate if you don't do it all the time.
Well, it's like riding a bike,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
So if you became an expert at it, you get back on it. I'm sure it's not that difficult, and as long as you have like your, what am I trying to think of? Reaction time to things.
Yeah,
Like,
I noticed my reaction time's changing. I hate to
yeah.
admit it, but it is.
Well, a guy put out an article that I
Hoping it
found
wouldn't.
kind of interesting, saying that he wanted to die at 75, right? And
Oh yeah.
he's in his 60s, and he began saying, he's like, I'm not depressed.
No,
He's
there's
like,
people that kill themselves that aren't depressed. That's true.
he's like, I'm not depressed, but I figure 75 is a good age where my kids are already living their lives with their families.
Yeah.
He's like,
Marty's mom thinks like that kind of.
I don't want people to remember me as a slow, decrepit. He goes, we're not preserving life. He said, we're prolonging death, not
Yeah, he's
prolonging
kind of
life.
right. I
And he
mean,
said, I
I've
think,
noticed it myself. Like the last, where I noticed it the most? Parking.
oh, okay.
My parking's going to fucking hell. I mean, I used to think that like nothing, like parallel parking a big extended van or backing up a trailer. Now it's like you better get the fuck out of the way.
Well, that's,
I park my car and I get out to go get a coffee, and it's like, holy fuck. Then I get in, I start it up again and try and do it again. I get out and this is still fucked up. It's getting old, man.
well, I think what it is too is
Sucks.
I think like they don't want like their kids remembering them like basically like not being able to do any, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
fuck
he's
yeah.
like, I've lived a very vibrant,
Yeah,
awesome
same
life.
here.
You
I
know,
think it's ego, maybe. I mean, I have a problem with it.
yeah, maybe.
Like,
I think
Ted, my buddy up in Michigan, he's a doctor. He
uh-huh.
tells me, he tells all his patients, he said, if there's one thing I ask you to do, that you never break this rule. If you're over 50, do not get on a ladder over 2 feet tall. And like yesterday, I noticed the eaves troughs here. A lot of water seems to spill over in this house when it rains a lot, and it shouldn't. So I'm assuming that it's filled with pine needles. And I wanted to get up there yesterday on a ladder and go up there and clean those off. And I thought, do not do it, dumbass. Remember what Ted said. You're 67, and you think that you're going to be careful and hold on, and everything's going to be fine. And I'm getting to where I know better now.
Yeah,
Right.
that's good
Well,
advice like I gave you with the ladder, because your balance goes off.
Your balance goes off. It does.
well,
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
think,
jump down now. I think I'm having some technical difficulties with my sound. So thank you, and I'll see you again soon.
All right, Mark, take it easy.
hi, Mark.
You know,
Yeah, it's your balance. You're not at that age now. I mean, nobody ever thinks you're going to get that age, but it ends up happening, you know?
Well, Tom, like I don't even get on ladders, okay? So, and plus for
No, it's
safety purposes,
dangerous.
you should always have two people. If someone's getting on a ladder, there should always be somebody around just in case if someone's
But
stuck.
you know where you're fucking up. It's not like you're getting up there and what it is you're getting older and you're young, you run up that motherfucker like it's nothing. Run down, you miss a step,
stop.
no big deal. You catch yourself with your arms, laugh to your friends. But now it's like you're doing stupid shit, like you're stepping in between the steps, putting your foot all the way through where the air is.
Right.
And that's what fucks you up. If you step all the way through, now you're stepping through and then falling backwards. And if you look at like emergency room visits and that kind of thing, it's all old fuckers thinking they're young. And they say too, do not get on a roof. Do not get on a roof because your stabilizer muscles when you're young, you can go up there, run around, kick a
Oh yeah.
softball, throw tomatoes. But when you get older, it's like those muscles, you're getting older, your testosterone is dwindling, your muscle mass is gone, and you're up there and you're just at a little bit of an incline, not even that steep of a roof. And before you know it, it doesn't take much for you to fall off.
Well, Tom, like I don't even think you have to be old for that to happen because there were a
But
couple
old makes it, I think it makes it worse.
your equilibrium and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, you're just not as coordinated. You don't have that. Even if you see slim, like I watch these girls on YouTube, these high dive girl platform divers, and it's like the strength that it takes. They like do a handstand on the platform and then do all these crazy flips and shit for like a long ways before they straighten out and hit the water. And that takes so much strength. Even like women, and the men are like even crazier. And when you get older, that goes away. You're not just naturally pretty strong. You see kids. I see little kids in Walmart, shit, they're skipping across the parking lot, skipping through the aisles of the grocery store on one leg, clapping. You're strong at that age. You don't have that excess weight. You got a lot of muscle mass compared to your body weight. Then as you age and that starts dwindling off, and you still try taking on these tasks, and that's how you end up getting injured.
Oh, sure. I mean, like I wouldn't suggest, you know, I don't even like going on ladders now by myself. I've always had issues with heights, ladders, all sorts of stuff. And I mean, if you're definitely shouldn't go on a ladder unless if you have,
Yeah.
somebody there with you.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's true. But even if somebody's with you, the kind of stuff you do when you're older on a ladder, it isn't like usually you have somebody with you to hold the ladder. That's not the problem. The problem is like not missing steps and shit. Remembering you're on a fucking ladder, for God's sakes. Just shit that you wouldn't do when you were younger. And even if like say you missed the rung on a ladder, you're young, you can grab that one above your head and like hold on, and then put your foot back on and climb down, no problem. When you're older, you're not that strong anymore. The minute you try to grab on that one when you've missed the step with your leg, that hand's coming loose and you're falling down to the ground.
So Tom, you're not going to do any more acrobatic stuff anymore?
No, man. I mean, I catch myself on it all the time. I don't, I'm really, I want to do it, but I believe that it's my best interest not to.
Well, yeah, of course. It's just like I don't think, what I used to say too about my old job that I had was and I saw it all the time. We still had old timers that were on the crew, and guess what? Do you think that they were doing the same amount of work as a
No,
20-year-old?
no,
When we're talking physical
no,
labor,
no,
no.
absolutely right.
It's not, and I'm sure it's not because they were just being lazy. I'm sure that wasn't the case at all. It's just the
No.
case of your body is just not.
What usually gets older people, like me included, it's human growth hormone. That's where you're losing your energy. That's what you have a lot more of than I do. And it's just age.
Right.
Human growth hormone's the general culprit. That's what keeps you, and rather than going out and, working a double shift, you want to sit on the porch and rock. It's human growth hormone. And that's why you look at like these older bodybuilders and you think, oh, he's 70 years old. Look what he looks like. Yeah, he's shooting tons of testosterone and doing all sorts of human growth hormone. You know who got busted with human growth hormone? Sylvester Stallone, who looks pretty good for 80 or whatever the fuck he is. That's human growth hormone.
Well, the thing is, too, is my grandfather, he in his 80s, he still worked out. He still did stuff. I mean, did he look like Mr. Buff, whatever? No, but he was still pretty solid. But like, I gotta tell you something, Tom. It's not like after he worked out, like he ran a marathon and stuff
No,
afterwards. He was napping all the
that's the
time.
problem I have. If I worked out like I did when I was younger, you shot your whole wad for the day.
Yeah, well, that's how he kind of like.
Yeah,
That's how.
that's exactly right. Which is why when you go into a health club, they push fitness and practical strength. Lifting the fucking laundry basket 3 times and that kind of shit, and raking the lawn, because you just that's exactly where you notice it. Yeah, if I worked out hard now, I wouldn't be worth a fuck for 3 days.
Right. That's how he kind of like.
Yeah, he's right.
He would pedal around. He'd work out like 3 to 4 times a week.
Yeah,
But like literally,
do
he
nothing
would
else.
have to take naps. Like he
Yeah,
was sleeping
that's
on
it.
the
That's
bed.
exactly right.
He
That's
was,
exactly it. You shoot your whole wad on working out. That's true. When I moved to Chicago, I don't know what I was, like fucking 39 or something like that. And it took me a year to get like in really good shape. And I played competitive basketball, like with young guys, till I was 50, and lifted weights like a motherfucker. Spent 4 or 5 hours in the gym every day. And then I got out of it. And like those days are gone for good. But even when I was like 39, it was like, it took me a year to like get in that kind of shape. And I didn't work. I wasn't working. All I did was work out and eat right, buck around, sleep in, that kind of thing. But yeah, you just have to accept it, man. And these older guys that look jacked, like if you go on YouTube, you'll see an old Mr. Universe, Robbie Robinson. Those older guys are still shooting crazy amounts of testosterone, which I would never do. And they're using human growth hormone, and they're eating right. And they're consuming a lot of like small meals 7 times a day. I mean, I don't want to live my life around like working out. It's not that important. Look at Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, he looks terrible.
He actually end up with a heart. He ended up
Yeah,
having.
that's steroid use, I'll bet you. That's what killed Kimbo Slice. But Arnold Schwarzenegger was a successful guy that came from a semi-privileged background. There's a big difference in taking steroids under doctor supervision and taking them on your own. If you look at some of the old guys like Lyle Elzado, that was probably buying it from a veterinarian with a drug habit that sold him out the back door of a vet clinic. And just, he thought, if 10 cc's was great, I'll take 20. Steroids took a lot of people out big time. But if you take them regulated and you're looking at your blood serum and toxicity to your liver, and you take them under a supervised medical care, you do a lot better than you do like some of those guys did. That's why you see so many. If you go on YouTube, look at like young bodybuilders that have died at an early age. Rich, what was his name? Rich Piana. He was a cool guy, really, on YouTube. Huge steroid user, and he died and you knew that was coming. All of them. It gets them all eventually.
So Tom, I want to know: are you going to dress up for Halloween?
No, I always kind of like blew it off. Like where I was living in Michigan. Oh yeah, you can come up, Stephanie. Where I was living in Michigan, it wasn't that big of a deal. You know, they were kind of going towards community things. And and when I lived in Chicago, I lived downtown in a condo, and the doorman wouldn't let kids in. So I've been out of the loop so much. Now, I never even went to like too much Halloween stuff when I was younger. I mean, I would if I knew of one probably, but you know, I just never, it was never like the way it worked out for me in life. It was like no big deal.
Hey, Stephanie.
Hi, Michelle. Hi, Tom.
Hello, how you doing?
Good. Michelle, I love your cat costume. That's cute.
Thank you. I went to Walgreens today.
Oh,
And
it looks really cute, honey. Looks good.
thank you. I hope the kids like it. I'm gonna plan on wearing it for Halloween. So we'll see. There's a lot of
I
good
love
deals,
it.
by the
No,
way.
I just got home. I went to, we had a delicious Mexican dinner and I had a couple margaritas.
Oh, that are
And
great.
yeah, so I'm feeling pretty good. Just wanted to come up and be with my friends.
Oh, cool.
You know,
Did you get on the rocks or frozen?
I get it on the rocks, Tom.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I have to have lots of salt.
I'm the same way. Hey, I
Yeah.
want to let you know I'm anticipating your visit here when the house is done. Today I bought 3 dildos and 2 French ticklers.
Tom, you know what? I was telling Tribbles in the chat earlier, I said, I'm going to have a lawsuit against Tom for sexual harassment.
Why not?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think the
God.
jury will be out about 30 seconds.
Oh,
Guilty.
you know, Tom, we tease back and forth, but you don't know how much I would love to come see you.
No, I'm serious. I'll tell you this. You will be here within a year.
Oh, Tom, you know, I wish.
No, it'll be
I
just
wish
I'll send you a ticket. It's just a nice, different getaway. I'm telling you, down where I'm at, it's like time stopped.
I know. That's what I need, Tom. I need to be somewhere where time stops because you know you know that I'm not a well person.
Yeah.
You know, I never know if I'm going to wake up tomorrow or not.
Yeah.
And that's you have to have something in your mind to look forward to, or you would be so depressed.
No.
And
Yeah.
that's why I try to keep my positive attitude about that kind of shit, you know?
We're going to get drunk every night.
Oh, that'd be so fun.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This is like a different place. I mean, I tell people all the time, the whole idea of coming and visiting is to experience and do nothing.
Oh, I know. And you know what, Tom? I am no bother at all. I'm exactly like you. If I want to be left alone, I am gone. I am by myself. If you want to be left alone, I am away from you.
Yeah, and
You know what I mean?
Yeah, when I tell people like we can do it any way you want it, but the whole idea here is to do what you haven't done on your vacations before. You come here, you do whatever you want, and you sleep in.
Yep, I know.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you don't hear anything here. Not a siren, an airplane, a car.
So Tom, how would you feel? How do you think your community down there would feel if I like wore a mask and like a crown and like wore heel boots, like leather heel
Oh,
boots?
that'd be cool, bro. I don't even, I don't remember what happened last year, but I don't, this is a little town. I mean, the situation here is like if you lived in Crawfordville, the town, you probably wouldn't like it too much. There's 161 counties in Georgia. Number 1 is the richest. We're 158. So we're almost at the bottom with regard to poverty. There's a lot of like poor people down here, but this is different. This is like a lot of acreage, nice houses. No, we don't have interaction with people other than going to the dollar store. And when we go to do something like Barnes and Noble, we go to Athens or Augusta. So, I mean, this is an anomaly for the county. This is, I think, the least population in a county east of the Mississippi. There are less than 1,500 people in the whole county. We don't have a hospital. There's nothing here.
So do you think people would think that I would be weird if I wore like a
No, I'll tell you, I hate to
Yeah.
say this at the risk of sounding like causing trouble, but the blacks down here, it's nothing like where I was from. I'll tell you, I tell people, my friends all this time, they don't believe me. I would tomorrow, like say something happened here and I had to move. I would move into a Section 8 black neighborhood in a heartbeat. It would be better than the white neighborhoods I lived in Michigan. It's so different. I can't explain it. Etiquette and manners here are huge. If I broke down on the expressway, there'd be 20 black people pulling over to help me. If I see them, I'd pull over to help them. I don't know how this happened this way. I've only been here like 16 months, but this is so nice to see. There's absolutely zero racism here.
Yeah,
No,
see,
if-
isn't that
When I was
cool?
living in West Branch, if you'd have told me blacks were moving in, it's like, oh shit, here we go. Down here, I'd give them a damn welcome basket, take them a nice gift, welcome them to the neighborhood. I can't tell you. I wish somebody out there that knows more about it than I do. And you'd think if blacks would be pissed to be here more than anywhere else, but it's not like that at all. Everybody is super sweet, super nice, super considerate. You don't see this crazy like stuff I saw in Chicago and Detroit. Not zero. Nothing like that at all. It's weird. I can't really even find a resource to explain this. I would move in a black Section 8 housing in a heartbeat. If you go down here to the Section 8 housing anywhere in these communities, they're all over around here. Looks brand new and it's 30 years old. It's none of this crazy ass shit like you see up in the north. This like, racial tensions. None of that is here. Zero. The police force is like 95% black. They're always super nice. State troopers are black. It's like I notice zero difference. If you said to me right now, even I came from like a white place up north where it was considered nice. If you graded that place compared to where I'm living now, I'd rather be here. It's like I'd think nothing of living in an all black neighborhood because it wouldn't be like living in Detroit. Why? I can't tell you. It's nice. I don't know why it's like that down here. It's like zero difference.
Right.
I think the media stirs up a lot of this damn bullshit. You notice that the media is not down here, running around interviewing people, wondering why we all get along and there's no problem. There's no like junk laying all over and racial tensions and police shooting blacks because there's no issues. If you get shot down here, it's because you fucked up, not because you were black or there was a racial issue. They'll shoot a white just the same. There's no problem with whites and blacks and law enforcement. All that stuff is like nothing here. Not at all.
It's good.
I don't get it. Yeah. Even when you go to Atlanta, I was kind of like that. You go to Atlanta, you'd love Atlanta. Beautiful, nice neighborhoods, great stuff. It's not like that
Right.
Cleveland, Detroit, Milwaukee stuff.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know.
Yeah, it's different.
You
I
have
know.
like
It's
You have
different.
somebody you have somebody like a kid gets cancer or something like this. You'll see just as many blacks show up as whites, giving gifts, doing things, asking if they can help. There's none of this racial disparity here. Yeah, it's really odd. Cleveland wasn't as bad as Detroit, but Detroit, it's like, fuck that, man. People say, well, what if you break down like that down there in Detroit? When I'd be driving around there at night, it's like, yeah, it's a big problem. Huge. Black cops. It's like, you're supposed to feel safe when you get pulled over, not like, what kind of bullshit's this guy up to? That's part of the reason why I quit going down to Detroit. Because I felt that they thought that I was like making them look bad because I'm down there interviewing these openly people that were like drug addicted prostitutes, and like the cops weren't doing their shit. They were like, they're constantly, look up Detroit police corruption. They're constantly getting busted like for the craziest shit. Killing their mistress, getting caught with dope, planting dope, graft, fucking shooting people unnecessarily. I mean, it got to the point where I thought they'd just fuck with me because I made them look bad. They have an ordinance in Detroit where it's illegal to knowingly associate with a prostitute. So you would think that by doing YouTube videos, everybody would know, hey, this guy isn't a John. He's just interviewing prostitutes. But you know what? That's knowingly associating with a prostitute. They could use my own videos against me. It just got to the point where I didn't feel comfortable going down there anymore. They impound my van. Daisy goes to the dog pound. I get out of jail 2 days later. I got to fight it in court that I was associating with a known prostitute. What's the defense? I was. All you got to do is look at my videos. Now I got a misdemeanor conviction. I mean, it's just fuck that place. It's not like that here. We don't have any homeless, no drug problem, nothing.
Right.
Boom boxes, none of that shit.
Yeah, Detroit. Yeah, I watched a lot of videos about Detroit, and Detroit is pretty bad, Tom.
Pretty bad. And there's huge racial tension. It's been that way my whole life.
Yeah.
Well, now where you're living now, though, is like a small town.
Yeah, it's a
Where,
small
like,
town, yeah.
before,
But even when I go to Atlanta, it's the same way. I mean, I go to like, it's like the same way. It's everybody's like super nice, like super polite, and like, it's not like this ghetto banging shit. I mean, I'm sure that's somewhere, but when you go to like downtown Atlanta, it's nice, safe. I mean, there were instances in Detroit where it's like, and let me tell you, I didn't go to the bad places, Detroit. That stuff from Merity and Gerald and the Michigan Avenue Stroll, that was nothing compared to the East Side. You couldn't have got me to go over there for $1 million. I probably wouldn't have lasted a month. Seriously, man, I knew better. I wasn't going to fuck with that shit. They'd have capped me just for the fuck of it. That's how it is. But where I was, everybody that doesn't know Detroit, you go on and you see Detroit all the time. Dangerous, crazy shit. Those places where I was in Detroit interviewing all those girls, it was fucking nothing compared to the East Side where I did not go. And if I did, it was driving through there. I wasn't getting out and talking to people.
Right. There is some really bad places in Detroit. I've watched it on YouTube, Tom.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bad places.
But if you don't know anything, you're thinking like, this guy's crazy. And even like when I went in all the good abandoned buildings, I go down there like at midnight, stay till 4 a.m, go through all the abandoned. People say, oh my God, this guy's crazy. Not really. Let me tell you, first of all, it wasn't that bad where I was. Secondly, in all those abandoned buildings, there's nothing left to steal. They're too far out of the way to like sleep there. There's better places to do. I felt like on top of the world when I was in those abandoned buildings. I was the only guy there. I always parked away from it so you couldn't associate my parked vehicle next to that building with me being in there. It was beautiful,
Right.
super quiet, no rats, nothing to eat. Everything's been stolen. It's like I'd be on the top of these big, giant, huge factories abandoned right at 1 a.m. And like people that didn't know any better thought, oh, he's crazy, man. He's going to get killed. It was serene. It was like being in a national park. It's beautiful. Never had any problem. I rarely ran into people.
Right.
One time
But
I ran into rappers.
You
Making a-
weren't in those bad areas.
No. No.
So.
But if you're from the suburbs and you don't know much and you don't know what's what, you're thinking that I'm crazy for being down there. No, I didn't go to the crazy places. They'd have
Right.
tracked my ass down and murdered me just for the hell of it.
Right. Yep.
No way would I went to the East Side. And the few times that I did, it was just like videoing and not stopping.
Right.
Yeah, that Maddie and Gerald area and that Michigan Mile where I got most of my, videos that went viral. That ain't shit. It's nothing. I got my limits.
Yeah.
And the abandoned building thing was like a cakewalk. And the time that I did most of them, Detroit was like rock bottom, and the police had got a pay cut. They took away some of their benefits. None of them were doing their jobs. So even if they caught me in a building, Detroit has an ordinance where unless you have written permission to be in that building, you're guilty of a misdemeanor. Well, I wouldn't do that normally. I don't want a fucking misdemeanor. It's still a pain in the ass. You can't get into Canada with a misdemeanor criminal record. I mean, I've never had a criminal record. I don't want one. But back then, the cops were so jaded and pissed that even if they saw you in there, they didn't give a fuck. So I went for it. Believe me, I took full advantage. I knew that those times in Detroit were like unique and special, and I took full advantage of them. I went everywhere and every good place and didn't miss anything. It's not like that now. All those places that I've uploaded, like I uploaded one of them today, the Fish Your Body, they will bust your fucking ass if they catch you near there.
Huh.
It was just a unique time in Detroit's history. Rock bottom, jaded, unmotivated police force, and I fucking took advantage of it. I knew that when I was down there. It's like, these motherfuckers aren't even doing their jobs, man. I want to get in there and see this shit. I'd crawl through windows, everything. It wasn't like ballsy or nervy or having a lot of guts or none of that. It was the time period. There's bunches of places I'd like to go and get inside, but I know better. They're watching it. They'll arrest you. It's illegal, so I pass on them. I don't want a
Right.
criminal record. But back then, honestly, it was pussy at the time. It's no big fucking deal. It was all the people that were ignorant, that didn't really know what was going on, that thought I'm some fucking daredevil. Not at all. It was beautiful up there. Just march around in there and never ran into people.
So, Stephanie, where are you from?
I'm from Seattle. Well, I say Seattle, but I'm about 20 miles from downtown Seattle.
Oh, okay. So, Atlanta's
Yeah.
far for you. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I've seen, I haven't been downtown Seattle in quite a long time. I guess our city is going to shit too, with the fentanyl crisis and stuff.
Yeah.
But where I live, I'm very lucky. I mean, we don't have a lot of homeless. We don't have a lot of, burglaries and all that kind of stuff. So I still think, Seattle is a good place to live. Like I said, I haven't been downtown in a few years. I think downtown Seattle has gotten worse, with the drug problem, just from the videos I've watched.
Fentanyl's a major problem.
Yeah.
Big downtowns, though, are like, it's a broken model. Things have changed. They worked for a while, and there was a reason for them. And, it's not just your Seattle, it's Detroit, it's New York, it's Miami, it's Oregon. Now it's just kind of flip-flop. People don't want to live down there anymore. And you've got cities like Detroit that were really predicated on about a $2 million population that's down to about 580,000 now, which is
Right.
You can't run it that way. I mean, big cities, it's kind of a broken model. Look at sprawl, suburbia. I don't care where you go, Dallas, Fort Worth. I mean, I just took a 4,000-mile trip. That's why I say, I know it sounds terrible, and it probably is negative, but this is the way I see it. And I am kind of a half-empty guy. But, man, I think the best days are behind us. I'm glad I'm only going to live about 15 more years. I can't imagine what it's going to be like 50 years from now.
Oh,
Well,
I
that's
know.
That's why they have rockets now where you can go to Mars.
Yeah,
so that
no,
you
it's
can
crazy.
leave Earth and
Yeah,
go
I
to
know.
Mars.
But I think Mars, for at least like the next, long time, is going to be like for the rich.
Who would want to live on Mars?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Right.
But you know what's pissing me off a little bit? Like I like Elon Musk in a lot of ways, but I've talked to like 3 people in the last month that see these fucking satellites that he's launching up there, and then they look it up on Google and they realize that it's these Starlink satellites for this reasonable, affordable internet he's trying to provide to like places that don't have it. But man, there's a time, and it's getting there already, where you're not even going to be able to look up in space and not see a bunch of shit
Well,
that's polluted.
I read an interesting article about a guy who was like a drug informant, and like he made his money off of like tracking people through the internet, and he collected a database of people that he used to like give to like law enforcement agencies and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
And he ended up just passing away not too long ago. He was in his 60s, but like it's just with technology. I think he started it after 9/11. So he like started this database for people, like tracking people and everything else. And it's just crazy, like with technology and how far it's came, like as far as like no one has privacy
No.
anymore. I mean, like no one has legit privacy. Like
No.
somebody always knows something, right?
But the main culprit's your cell phone. Why you don't?
Right. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, and then they have all of this technology in the new cars now, which is weird.
Yeah.
You know, they have all this like internet techno. I mean, it's fun, but like in another way, it's like I think it's just another way for them to track you.
I don't care if they track me because I'm not doing anything wrong. I mean, honestly, I'm a guy for like, I don't know how you keep these crazy fuckers from like ruining the United States or blowing us up if you can't look into people's shit. And if you're not committing crimes and you're like an honest person,
Right.
look at my shit. I don't give a fuck
Right.
because I think it's getting to the point where it's like it's going to be an interest in like national security. These crazy fucking Arab countries and now even China, they'd take us out in a fucking heartbeat.
Well, the thing is, right, is it's like I'm with you, Tom, on that. Like, I don't really care because it's not like I'm trying to hide anything, but in the same sense, I wouldn't like random people walking up to me and being like, "Oh yeah, like I knew where you were last week or what." Do you know what I mean? Then
Yeah.
that could cause a creepy vibe. You know, even if you weren't doing anything wrong, like even if you were just going to
Yeah,
the
no, I know.
store, but
I mean, yeah, I've seriously considered, I've been considering this for a while. It just, like I think what I got like 15 years to live, maybe, right? And I had a good life up till now. Well, about 3 years, not so good, but the rest of it, great. And it's like, I feel like I should just close myself off from society and just like live here and like enjoy nature and read until I die and just escape this bullshit of like bad news,
yeah.
Watching people like not be able to live, people
Well,
struggling that are like the middle class are struggling now. It's not just the poor.
oh
It's
yeah,
fucking
oh for sure.
fentanyl
Oh,
bullshit.
I am so glad that you brought that up. It's not just it's a
No,
bigger
no, I
portion
don't.
of
Yeah,
society.
I just don't get it. I mean, it's like inflation. I just think that, if you look at countries in the past, they've all had their good reign of like the good days. In the United States, man, I'm telling you, man, it's a slippery slope now.
Well, think about it like this, Tom, right? I was thinking I'm still young enough to have children if I wanted to, right?
Yeah.
And then I saw the prices of diapers and everything, and I'm like, are you kidding
No, I
me?
know. And diapers aren't covered by like social welfare programs.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
it's
like one of the most important things you need to like raise a baby. And there's no like, you can get cheese and milk and all that stuff through WIC. And you can get your housing paid and that kind of thing, but nothing for diaper. Now you could argue like we shouldn't be having kids if you can't afford them. I don't know anybody that can afford them now. You know how crazy expensive it is to bring a kid into this world?
Oh, I know. It's at least a good like $1 million
At
easily.
least, yeah. I would believe that.
Yeah.
And you're always worried, and there's peer pressure and all this shit the kids need to be wearing to go to school.
Right.
I mean, I'm a product of just two people fucking. And it's like, hey, guess what? We're having a baby. I guarantee if birth control would have been around, I wouldn't be talking to you.
Well, it's funny because A lot of my family was exactly the same way, no birth control, and everything else. And there's, excuse me. Um, and it's funny that you say that because, they're talking about, oh, nobody's having as many kids as they used to and this and that. Well, I mean,
Fuck yeah, you need to be a damn billionaire.
right.
Yeah.
To feel successful enough that your kids are gonna, not only have what they need, but also be able to give them experience, like life experience. That costs money. That's just not free, like you want to
No.
try to give your kids.
I mean, in my era, baby boomers, if you look at these generations, they're about 20 years for each generation that they coin with a different name. Like I'm a baby boomer.
Yeah.
But back, like my whole neighborhood, it was just all fucking and having babies. It wasn't like planning or none of this shit. Dad worked a double shift. He bent mom over. I mean, there were probably some people that planned it and all that kind of shit, but my whole neighborhood and all the people I knew and people, we were all just products of like, I don't want to say careless because they were married, but like my mother and dad was a shotgun married because of my sister marriage. Then they had 2 stillborns. I mean, I'm lucky I made it. I bet you money. I'll never prove this, but the 2 stillborns were because they were drinking and shit.
Well, that's another thing. Well, that's another thing. Um, that's funny too. Is like with smoking and drinking and stuff. Like that's like a huge, like very big no-no. But like I guarantee you, even in with my parents, they were probably smoking cigarettes and having a couple drinks, and so it's weird that now they're making such a like thing
Yeah,
out.
but I mean, but this, Michelle. Smoking is bad for you.
Oh, for sure. Oh, Tom, I'm not like completely
But you
ignorant to the
but
fact.
I notice you
But
get defensive about it.
well, this is what I get. Okay, so this is what I get defensive about is when people over exaggerate and cause fear, right? So a little bit of fear is healthy for everybody. It's not like I'm saying, oh, yeah, you should. I never told my son that he should have a cigarette. Like, I always kept it away from my son. Like, you know what I mean? So, okay, there's that. But what I don't like is when they completely like it just seems like they're singling out one bad habit always, and they're making it seem to be like almost at the same level as like really, really hardcore addictions.
It
And
is.
Well,
It is.
Michelle, let me tell you, honey, I smoked for 40 years and I'm 65 and I have emphysema and I have to have oxygen. So, smoking is bad.
well,
Um,
I believe it. My mother, she's also your age,
yeah,
and she has a lung condition because of her smoking. So I'm not
right.
saying that smoking doesn't lead to um, health issues later in
Oh, it
life.
Good.
does, sweetheart. Yeah.
Oh no,
No,
I
it does.
for sure it does.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not denying that.
Yeah, but see,
Even
that seems like another world to you at 39.
I
Like
mean,
right now, you're thinking, "Oh, what's the big fucking deal, guys? There's 1,000 guys that want to bang me. I'm still pretty. What's the big fucking deal? This isn't really affecting my life. You wait. I do the same thing. You can't imagine. I can't believe I've lived this long.
Yeah, me either,
And
Tom.
it's hard. You can never really project what your life's going to be like because it's so abstract and down the road. You get a lot of good benefits now. It peps you up. It takes away your stress. You
well,
feel good,
think,
and you just don't know. You're not banking on what it's going to get you in the end because you don't really realize in a real way that that's coming.
well, think about it like this too. So I completely understand where you're coming from, and I will tell everybody not to smoke. If you're not smoking cigarettes, I would never be like, oh, everyone should smoke a cigarette. I would never say that. But you have to admit, do you see these like alcohol commercials or that oh drinking alcohol is bad for you, this and that, when everyone knows if you drink more than literally more than one or two drinks a night, if you drink more than that, that's bad for you. But people don't see it like that, and like they don't make big stigmas, and it's not still not a big deal, even though it actually does affect your health. Even at I
I
had
don't
this.
think moderate. I don't think you can compare moderate drinking to constant smoking on the same playing field.
Right. And when you're young, you think you're freaking invincible.
Yeah,
Come
like, see,
on.
you're not
We all do.
you're like 39. You're trying to figure out. You haven't suffered any of the consequences yet.
Yeah, but I've had consequences from nothing. So I mean, like,
Yeah,
yes,
but this
maybe.
is one you can avoid.
Right. Oh, maybe, but it's not proven. Like, it's
If
not
you quit smoking, it is proven.
some people who smoked for their whole lives never got COPD,
No, that's
never
true.
had this issue. But you're right, there's a big portion of people, and I've seen it firsthand with family members
But it's not
where
just COPD; it's heart issues and,
it's usually
and
lung and heart.
blockage and
Exactly. And
strokes and all
another
sorts of
thing
shit.
is, I have drank, I have smoked, I've taken pills, I've done cocaine, and the worst addiction to me is
It is. It's
cigarettes.
proven. More
Because you
addictive
know
than crack.
what? Yes, I have emphysema on fucking oxygen, and I still have a cigarette once in a while. So no one can tell me that cigarettes is not the worst addiction, Tom.
I could tell you that my grandmother was the same way. She literally had an oxygen tank and she was still smoking,
No,
and
but
up until she
I tell
died.
you, when people get that age, I mean, at that age, I kind of like applaud them for not quitting.
Yeah, she lived to be 69, but like she literally was on oxygen, and she was just like, "Yep, I think people come to a point where they're just kind of like,
No, there is a
Yeah,
point where
yeah,
quitting isn't going to get you anywhere.
right.
exactly,
You might as well
Tom.
keep smoking.
When you're that far gone, it doesn't matter anymore. I mean,
Right.
nothing will help you. So yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah.
But I've definitely seen a lot of like dangerous things happen to people coming off of alcohol who drink regularly off of alcohol too. So I
Yeah,
mean,
you're talking about a chronic alcoholic compared to someone that drinks in moderation.
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
You're talking
moderation.
about the worst scenario. We're talking about the everyday smoker.
Right.
Right.
But I mean, I know a lot of people who smoked for 10, 20, 30 years, gave it up, and nothing happened from it.
Yeah, well,
So I
most
mean,
don't. The date is there. You can look it up. You
Yeah.
get all sorts of shit. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, if you like to smoke and you're going to smoke, well, okay. But don't defend it as it's like not
well,
that bad.
I'm not saying that
Well,
it's good for you.
you also get other things like I have neuropathy now in my feet, which neuropathy is, a lot of diabetics, you get it.
Yeah, are
But
you taking Neurontin?
neuropathy is also caused from smoking. And I have my feet are numb all the time, and the doctor told me, yeah, that is that is caused from smoking. So I mean, it's not just freaking lung disease you get from smoking. You
Uh,
get heart, you get poor circulation. There is a lot of things that hell, my doctor even said because of my severe arthritis, I have 3 cigarettes a day, and he's telling me, well, if you don't have those 3 cigarettes a day, it'll get better. Oh, come on.
yeah, but
You know,
that's his training.
yeah, it is, Tom. Yeah. I mean, come on.
I mean, he's not trying to make you worse. He's trying to make you better.
Right, but
Right.
thank you for bringing that up, Stephanie. So literally him telling you that you're going to get healthier, everything,
No,
stuff
what he means
magically get
is your
better.
progression will slow down.
Yeah.
Less
I don't.
smoke, less damage.
Yeah, it depends on, yeah. Well, it definitely depends on how far gone you are. But, if you're given a diagnosis that you're this far gone, it's like, it doesn't matter anymore. You know what I mean, Tom? I
Yeah.
mean, come on. Yeah. I mean,
I think there's a point where, doctors really just, they have to say what they have to say, but for them to give you
No, they
false
have
hope,
your
a
no.
false
It's not
hope.
false hope. It's your best interest in mind.
It's false
right.
hope. If they're telling you everything will get better
Excuse
if you
me.
don't have 3 cigarettes a day, which is not going to kill you having 3 cigarettes a day.
It is when you have but it's going to exacerbate your condition.
Yeah,
Look,
it's
it's
not going to
obvious that
help.
you like
You
smoking
know,
and you don't want to quit smoking, and everybody that tells you you should is full of shit.
yeah,
Quit
it's,
fucking smoking.
No, if you were to be like, "Hey, Michelle, you should," if they were to literally sit down, it's how you go about it, Tom, too. So
Okay,
if
please, honey,
if you were to go if you
please
were to
quit.
go if you were that would be nice. But if you were to be like, look, Michelle, like
Yeah,
if
but you set up the trap to where it's got to be this customized way to tell you that with a known bad thing for your health that you got to like fucking candy coat it to you or you're not fucking quitting.
no, that's not it at all. They don't have to candy coat it. What they can do is provide information and facts instead of
Yeah,
just
how about I'll take you to a fucking cemetery or to a respiratory therapist.
Well, I'm just saying, I've known people who smoked all their lives who never suffered these dire
Yeah.
consequences, and I've known people who have smoked all their lives and who
So
suffered.
so what are you saying then? It's like some people it's the way to go, smoke?
I'm saying that they're making a major deal
It
out
is
of
a major deal. The data is there. Look up consequences of smoking when you sign off here tonight.
consequences of smoking. You end up with lung issues. I know that. Like that's almost a given with
No,
anybody.
but lung issues, dementia, strokes, TIAs,
Well, let me tell you this.
all sorts of shit.
I've had family members and friends
One person survey.
end up with dementia, all
Yeah,
of
you
that
can get it
fun
too.
stuff without
You
smoking.
see, this is what I mean. You get defensive about it. You want to
So
smoke,
I sure do.
and well, okay then. I hope
no,
you don't.
Michelle, I understand that because I did not give up smoking. I'm telling you, it's the worst freaking addiction out there, and no
Yeah.
one is going to tell me it's not. I mean, I quit taking pain pills. I quit drinking all the time, but cigarettes, no, I could not give up the cigarettes.
Well, the
And,
funny
hopefully you will be lucky enough where you're not 65 like me and have emphysema. I mean, yeah, it's true. It doesn't happen to all people, but you just have to think, do you want to take the chance?
right.
Um, I do not want to die gasping for breath. And the problem is, I probably frickin' will. And, it's your choice. But I agree, cigarettes is the worst addiction out there.
Well, what's funny?
I could never give up cigarettes,
Well,
ever.
what's funny too, right? So, quitting smoking cigarettes is a really bad addiction, correct? But they don't treat it as such. They're just all they do is they tell you you need to quit smoking. It's not like they're like, "Oh, we understand that you have this addiction. Maybe we can give you uh some
No, if
tips
you
or
take the
whatever."
patches, does your husband smoke?
He's a former smoker.
But does he smoke now?
No, he's a
Okay.
former smoker.
So you take the patches, you take the lozenges, you're not around a constant smoker, and quit smoking.
I've quit
Here's the
before.
thing that I never thought about till just now. Hey, what do you think of this, Stephanie? That she may just be a person that just gets even an extra charge out of smoking than a lot of people.
No, I love smoking, Tom. Like I said, I smoked over 40 years. And right now, it is so hard for me not to smoke a bunch of
Theoretical.
cigarettes every day. I mean, I love smoking. I mean, it was everything to me. And you know, the problem is they don't have treatment centers for smokers. They don't have all that for like the drug addicts. People don't realize that nicotine is a very addictive drug.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
if they were so concerned about, smokers and smoking and all of this and that and how it's so horrible for you, they would open up rehab centers. Like, here, why don't you go like
No,
a
they
week
should.
away, like a week
They
away, and
should.
but they
no, they
don't.
should.
But
They
they'll
should,
tell you.
Michelle, because it is very bad for you. And like I said, I hope to God you don't have to sit here like me with, stage 3 emphysema and having to have freaking oxygen. I hope that doesn't happen to you, but it happens to a lot of people. And I am not picking on you for smoking because,
No, me
like I
neither.
said,
No,
I
we got.
have I have not given up cigarettes. I still smoke them, and I have all this shit wrong with me. It's a serious addiction.
No, we want the best for you. We're not like raining on your parade.
No,
Oh, I know. No, I'm
not
not.
at
I'm not.
all.
I'm not saying that at all. But like, what I'm saying is, like, I think sometimes less is more, and like you know firsthand about people with addiction. Like, you could tell somebody till they're blue in the face. You could be like, you need to stop this and that. But it's like the
I think
tool, the
I think
tool
I'm
that they
addicted to porn.
Yeah, definitely,
you
Tom.
But I'm cool. I'm cool with it.
But the one thing about your porn, Tom, is you're gonna still be able to breathe. So,
Yeah. Good point.
yeah, yeah.
No, we
I
want
mean,
the best for you.
I mean, like I've seen many family members go through just like what you're going through, Stephanie. Many of my family members, and
Right.
it's scary to watch that. I literally, like stood by and helped them out and got medications and stuff for them when they were really bad. And so I've seen
Right.
it. I've seen, like, I'm not saying that smoking.
Nicotine's got you.
But see, yeah, I know, Michelle, that's a problem. I've seen it growing up in my family too. Did it make me quit smoking? No. I love smoking and I smoked many, 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 many years. And all I'm saying is people that have never smoked, they don't understand. Nicotine is a bad
No, I know
drug.
it is. I know how addictive it is. Yeah, it's more
It's-
addictive than
Whoa.
crack.
It's like
Oh yeah, Tom,
it,
it's bad. I
it was
mean, ugh.
And you
I
know what's
tried
weird
to
about what's weird about nicotine is you can quit for 20 years, go to a wedding reception, just be drinking, have one, and be right back to where you were when you quit.
exactly.
that's
Yep,
what
Tom.
happened to me.
Yep, exactly. Michelle, that happened to me. I quit for 3 years. I did the gum, I did the patch. I quit for 3 years. And all it took was going out drinking with my friends one night, and I smoked a cigarette, and I was back to a pack and a half
Yeah,
a day.
that's normal.
Well, the
Yep,
thing, well, what was funny is I was watching a documentary on this woman, and she was talking about heroin, right? And
It's just like heroin.
what she said, and I've said this before, which is kind of sad looking back at it, like hindsight, but I've told people who told me to quit smoking, I'm like, cigarettes are like my best friend. They're always there
exactly.
for me,
Yeah,
and I
true.
always know
It's
what
true.
to expect.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that because my doctor buddy, that's what they tell him. Cigarettes are their best friend. They can always
Yeah,
count on them.
and like
exactly.
it's a
When you're
toxic
happy,
relationship.
what do you grab? When you're happy, what do you grab? A cigarette. When you're upset, what do you grab? A cigarette. When you're with your friends, what do you grab? A cigarette. No, I exactly understand that.
Which I'm not saying is right at all, but like I remember telling somebody that, and now I'm looking back at it, I'm like, wow, I must come off like really sad or like whatever, but it was the truth. It was like
Now you come across as somebody that's like addicted.
Right. Oh yeah, for sure. I haven't. Oh, I'm not denying. Like,
Yeah, but
I'm,
we're not like knocking you or like trying to make you feel
Oh,
bad.
not at
And-
all. In fact, Michelle, I just lit a cigarette.
well, well, no, like,
I mean, you
But
know, I
I think
know.
this sounds crazy. You'd never get a doctor to admit this, but I think at this stage of the game, why not?
No,
right.
oh, yeah, Tom, that's how I feel. Yeah, it's when you
Hi,
get to
Tammy.
be our age, it's like, come on, I'm gonna enjoy myself with what time I have left. And you know what? If having a cigarette makes me happy, Tom, I'm gonna have one.
Yeah, I
Well,
say
good.
so too.
Well, I
Yeah.
had it.
And here's the thing too, it's just like vegetarians. Like even if you don't eat meat, you're not going to keep the animal from dying.
Right.
Right. Well,
So with regard to Stephanie, like this in a fucked up way makes sense.
Yeah. No, it's true.
well,
Yeah.
I had a doctor once tell me that not being happy, right? So being depressed or having a lot of stress can cause more health issues than, let's say, you're cigarette smoking.
Nuh-uh. Bullshit.
No, Michelle, that's not true.
No.
Uh-uh.
You're
No, I mean,
going
they
around
say,
and you're running into articles that fit your modus operandi.
No, but what
I
I'm
mean,
saying is,
yeah.
if you
Uh,
okay, so if you were really sick, right? And let's say you got really depressed, right? Other than a person who was sick and who was still like optimistic and like happier, like, just like had a happier life, I guarantee you the happier person compared to the depressed, stressed person, given that they both have, like, let's say they both have the exact same disease or
Mhm.
whatever. I guarantee you the happier, optimistic person will live longer than the person who's
I
depressed and
agree.
like,
I think that's true.
I'm not saying that in general. Like, I'm not saying like every
No, you're
happy
right. Yeah,
person's gonna live.
I would believe that. Yeah.
So, I mean, if it makes you happy with what you're doing, Stephanie, right now, like freaking live your life and just,
Stephanie has a chemical addiction that makes her happy. I have a
oh yeah,
mental addiction.
yeah,
I have a mental addiction that makes me happy.
yeah, I always try to be optimistic and try to be happy. I mean, Tom knows that.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for the positive.
Mhm.
That's probably what's kept me, living longer the last few years than if I was depressed or stressed. I mean, that could be true. I'm thankful every day I wake up. I'm happy. I'm here today. So you do have to have that. I mean, your mind is very strong,
is
but
powerful.
but you know what? When your body shuts down, your body shuts down.
Oh,
I
sure.
mean,
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, I'm,
yeah.
but I want to say to Tribbles, I just saw her comment. I'll have to show you my shoe collection one day. I have a couple
Are
racks
you
of
really into
shoes.
that? Remember that Emilda Marcos? She had all the shoes.
I do have a lot of shoes. But my thing is it's not that I buy a lot of shoes all the time because obviously that's not my budget, but people give me shoes and I keep them for long periods of time. So I do have like a 2-year-old Michael Kors shoes and I have a shoe collection.
Oh yeah, that's like me and my purses, Michelle. I keep all my purses. I have purses from 20 years ago. I don't get rid of any of my purses. I
Well, if
mean,
they're still good.
I save them all.
But yes, I'm sure a shoe addiction would be healthier for me than a smoking addiction, Tribbles.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh God. Oh,
Where does just an interest in a satisfying hobby cross into an addiction? Like if you tell me you can't watch porn for a month, okay, I wouldn't watch it for a month. No big deal. Would that be any different for you to not smoke for a month?
See, oh, that's a big deal because like if you can say Like, if you can sit here and say, I I don't want to watch porn for a month and you're okay with that
Yeah, I could do it.
and you could do it, then it's really not an addiction because you would go through like issues. You would just have a lot of breaking
Yeah.
that. Like it just wouldn't be just like alcohol. I could take it or leave it. I
But
don't have
yours is a physical addiction. Mine's a mental addiction.
right. Just like I said, like with alcohol, like I could drink and then I
Yeah, I could take it or
don't
leave it.
yeah, exactly. So I don't feel
Yeah,
like
me
I have an
too.
addiction
Yeah.
to it because I don't
I'd
feel like
rather take it though. No, I would. I would.
if you can stop doing something, right, without any kind of like mental or physical distress, and you could stop doing
No,
it for a week
how
at a
about lacking? How about stopping doing something and not having any fucking pleasure? What the fuck would you want to stop for?
well, I
To
mean,
feel
like
good, do it.
if it's unhealthy for you, then it's
You
not
think jacking
healthy.
off all the time is unhealthy?
I don't know,
I
Tom.
think so. This is what I
Pray
think.
for me.
Do you want to know what I think about that?
What?
Oh, God.
So,
No, but here's
so
the thing. When Stephanie says, I got COPD, I'm smoking, it's like, oh, yeah, could hear a fucking pin drop. When you say, oh, yeah, am I smoking? Yeah, I really wish. And then I say, I got a porn addiction. It's fucking hilarious.
no,
No,
see what I
no.
think? No. See, this is what I think. I think if you didn't have, and I'm not like a doctor, I don't have facts, but I think if you stopped watching porn,
Yeah.
then you might have better relationships with women.
Yeah, I could, but
No, I
maybe I
don't
could.
think.
I'm
At
not saying,
60,
hey, I would
no,
agree with you
Tom.
this. I'm
I'm not
telling
saying
you.
No, at 65, no, Tom's not going to have better because at our age, Michelle, no, at 65, he's not going to have better relationship if he stopped watching porn. I mean, you get to a certain age and you don't change. I mean, I'm going to be like this till the day I die. I
well,
mean,
saying
you,
I'm just saying maybe him like like how I smoke cigarettes and that affects my lungs. It's eventually gonna, and we know this, right? I mean, I'm not that
right.
stupid. Well, maybe if Tom didn't have this porn thing going on, he might actually have better
Yeah, but here's the
relationships with
deal.
other
Though I
women.
think once you reach, like Stephanie said, once you reach a certain age, whether I'm doing it or whether I'm not, it's not going to change anything.
Right.
It isn't
Yeah.
like you're 30 and you're missing out on Miss America that's going to be this super mother and work as a brain surgeon part-time. I've just,
Well, right.
sooner or later
And
in your life, as enough years get behind you, you're just going to
yeah.
realize this is the way it is.
Yeah, that's how you're going to be. When you're younger, you can change, but when you get up older, it's like, no, you are too old to change. I mean, I don't want to change. I like the way I am now, and so I'm going to be this way. But when you're younger, yeah, you can probably try to change if you want.
Stephanie,
But
even at a young age, Stephanie, that could be a whole bunch of bullshit. I mean, the young should be jealous of us of being at this stage in our lives in a weird way.
yeah, because we don't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, I think it's just be a false target. So let's say I'm 35 and I quit porn. And you're 35 and you quit smoking. Does it really get us to the top of the gold standard?
Nah.
Yeah, right.
Well,
No.
Which is why we did it.
well, what I always found.
It's like you reach nirvana if you quit smoking, she quit smoking, and I quit watching porn. You don't.
No.
The funny thing is I always envied older people because they just never gave a shit what anybody thought of
No,
them.
that's
They
because
just
there's
lived their
nothing at
life.
stake either. There's nothing at stake.
Right.
They're home run. These are all unfertile eggs, limp dicks.
Yeah.
You're lucky you're fucking eating a fucking Egg McMuffin somewhere at a drive-through. You can't believe you live this long. And as you get older, you start looking at the obituaries, the people you went to high school with died. I was thinking of that last night, laying in bed for somewhat weird reason. All my neighbors, my guys my age, parents are dead. The whole fucking neighborhood. And it makes you think differently.
I mean, I always just thought it was refreshing how like older people, they just didn't care. Like they
They
would
didn't care
say
because
Well,
nothing
whatever.
was
Michelle,
at stake.
Right.
you know what, Michelle, it is, you know, when you're, let me, as a woman talking to you, you know what a relief it is not worrying about going out of the house. My hair isn't done. I don't have my
Hey,
makeup
Jim, how
on.
are you? Yeah, we're
I'm
having a good
not wearing the right clothes. You know, when all that's gone, you've got this sense of freedom. Like, I don't give a shit. My hair isn't done. I'm still going to the store in my moo.
Well, you guys,
It's like all that is gone. Where when you're younger, growing
no,
up, you're worrying about how you look
yeah,
and if you're fat or you
yeah.
know you don't look good. And when you get older, you get to the point where,
Hey,
wow, this is me. That is gone, and you have this sense of like, oh my god, I'm finally free.
mhm,
I don't give a shit. I
mhm.
don't have any makeup on today,
Yeah,
and that's the freeing part of it, because especially with women, our
yeah,
whole life we have to worry about how we
right,
look,
right.
and you know we got to look perfect. And when you get older, it's like it's gone. It's like
No, it's
this
gone.
weight is
Men too.
gone.
well,
When Stephanie visits, we're going to do another live, and we're going to both come on here willingly, with no worry. Admit that we both have diarrhea.
Yeah, I'll turn on my camera and show my old lady face. Oh, you bet.
Yeah. Stephanie's going to say, "Do you want me to put makeup on today?" And I'm going to say, "Nah."
No, Tom, I won't be saying that.
Yeah.
well,
Stephanie's going to say, "Am I going to have to hold a gun to your head to get an erection?" It's like, it won't do me any good.
Oh,
Even with that kind of threat, I'm sorry.
I'll be saying, Tom, this is
Yeah,
my saggy ass,
yeah.
okay?
We're going to say, geez, too bad we didn't meet 40 years earlier. We'd be fucking right now, but we're playing backgammon,
oh my god.
eating no-dos by the handful to pretend we're in love.
Oh, God, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, if we live another 10 years, we'll be putting each other's diapers on.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, and you
And
know
it's
what,
gonna be it's
Tom?
gonna be that different kind of love that I talk about.
There you go. You know what, Tom? If I have to wear a diaper,
Yeah.
I'll be wearing a freaking diaper,
We're gonna be
okay?
ordering the big giant pins from that. Right.
Oh, you guys are too much. I love it.
Oh shit,
Love it.
Michelle. Yeah, Michelle's thinking, what the hell are they talking about? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, well, just hang in there, baby.
No, I love it. No, I love how like
If you live long enough, you're gonna know exactly what we're talking about.
oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my
I can't
God.
wait. You guys make it sound so much fun.
Yeah, the biggest
Oh,
thing that fucked both us is we kept our faculties this long.
oh, I know it. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
we know how deep we are in the shit box, and somehow we've
At
been able
least
to
I.
eke out some humor.
Oh, yeah. That, you know, Tom, that's growing old. That is the only fear I have, is not having my brain intact. You know what I mean?
And,
Um,
it didn't bother me that much.
yeah, but
Because I mean, it's like we got. I mean, what's the worst that's gonna happen? If your brain's like really far gone, like you're just gonna be in some place and you're not gonna realize it anyway.
yeah, I know it. I still
What would
don't.
be bad is if we got stuck in like an assisted living care facility and we still had our faculties, and we know
Yeah,
how fucked we are.
yeah, that's
If you got
true. You're
dementia
right,
or
Phil.
Alzheimer's,
Yeah,
you're just slobbering all over yourself. You don't know. You don't know where you were born. You don't remember your parents' name. None of that shit. I mean, by that time, you're just a body in a bed. That's why I say pets have an advantage over human beings, that you can get them euthanized. They don't do that yet here.
right.
Although you can get it done in Oregon. You're not that far away from there.
Oh,
Got to be
yeah.
terminal diagnosis, though.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's called. What's that called? It's got a term that they say. Yeah, I know what
When I
you
was in my
mean.
big doldrums of depression, I was considering going over to Europe. You can get yourself put to sleep for about $23,000.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's a moving target. You don't know, there's got to be a point where, living isn't worth it any longer. And just where that is, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah.
you know how it is, Stephanie. Like she's 39 now. 30 years is going to fly by so quick for Michelle. I
Yeah.
would
But
hedge my bets. I would hedge my bets on that she would have listened to us.
well, yeah.
But
I
nobody
mean,
ever does. We didn't listen. She's not going to listen.
of course, no. The young people, no, they don't listen. But they'll realize when they're older. But I mean, oh my God, Michelle's got a lot of time. I remember my 40s were so wonderful. Oh my God. Yeah, she's got a lot of time.
Yeah.
Yep.
But looking at time, she's got a lot of time when we're looking backwards.
Right.
But it's not a lot of time when you're looking forwards, because you and I realize how quick that 30 years went.
Oh, yeah, Tom. Yeah.
So even
Yeah.
though it seems like a lot of time to her, almost seems like it gets condensed.
Yeah, I know. I know it. I'll be 66 next month. It's like, oh my God, where'd the time go?
I know. You go
It's
from
just-
like having an active sexual life to dating to like just being glad that you woke up in the morning.
Yes,
you know
Tom.
what? You know what, you two? Just freaking live your lives. If you like to have a cigarette, freaking just have a cigarette. If you like to freaking
Exactly, Michelle.
She does bring up a good point, Stephanie, because let's take for an example, like for argument's sake, that you had the lungs of a 29-year-old. Would
But,
your life
like-
be that much different?
would it? No.
Oh, no.
Would it? You guys are at the point where it's
No.
probably like you would probably be more miserable taking something away, and it would probably make your quality of life suck even worse for the rest of whatever time you have left on this earth.
Right.
So
No,
be
yeah, I
happy,
agree. I would
be
agree with
merry.
that.
Oh, yeah.
Do you see where I'm going with this? Like,
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
With that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you going, Michelle?
I'm just going to the store really quick. I want to see how many people. I want to see if I creep out the gas station people with my mask.
Okay.
I'm going to go
All
in with
right.
my mask and see if they look at me funny.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, but I sometimes wonder too. It's like, yeah, I mean, it isn't like it's wonderful if you never smoked. I mean, it does cause complications. You do have medical issues, but
Right.
would it be that much different if you had the lungs of a 20-year-old? Maybe it wouldn't be.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
if you're in Japan, they revere the elderly. They admire them. It's not that way in the United States.
No.
I mean, I respect it. No, there's a lot of things that I always loved about older people. Even as a younger person, they'd be like, Michelle, why are you hanging around older? I always hung out with older people, and I'll tell you why. I always did. Because it always seemed like older people had more courage, they had more confidence, and they just didn't care as much what other people thought about them. So like that's why I always hung out, because like how people, like when you're younger, you like, oh, I care about what this person thinks of me or that person, but at the end of the day, at the end of your life, does it matter what like Susie at the store, cared about what style your hair was, or
Right. Yeah.
does it really? It puts things into perspective. That's why I always hung out with like older people, because and they had more wisdom too. They had more like knowledge.
Yeah, but it's not going to seem like that once you become one. What you did was voluntary, and your own volition. You chose that was attractive to you. But when you get
Right.
there, it's not going to be that.
Right. Well, I mean, it is what it is, I guess.
I mean, you have a lot of options now that we don't,
Right.
right, Stephanie?
Right.
Yeah, and when those go away, you tend to think differently. It manifests itself in a different
Right.
way. You know?
Well, I wish I could have had this attitude, Michelle, when I was younger. See, the problem is, when you're younger, you don't think like this. I wish I would have had the I don't give a shit attitude when I was younger, like I feel now, because I probably would have been a lot more happier. Um,
Well, a lot of
not worrying
people,
about
but
how I looked and yeah,
I think that's just how we're all made, though. That, like, I
Yeah,
just
it
think
is.
that,
right,
like, when you're
There's
younger,
no way
you're more
around it.
insecure.
He's right.
yeah,
You don't have that wisdom and knowledge.
Yeah.
You're not born with it.
right,
Like, so you kind of have to look up to your older your older counterparts in life to try to get some of that wisdom, knowledge, and just
right,
in
yeah,
general.
yeah,
But once you figure it all out, like it doesn't do you any good as it would have been if you had that knowledge when you were your age. I mean, just
Right.
about
maybe,
the time you
yeah,
got it down, you know what's what. It's
right,
not worth
Well,
anything.
some things helped me out in life that I learned at a young age, and I followed through with having, through my young adulthood. Like, just basically, try to steer away from drugs and alcohol. Save money. Um, nothing's, nothing is ever. For sure. You know what I mean? And you got to get used to that. Like, nothing, the future is never, like I always heard, Social Security isn't going to be around when you get older. So you better start saving now and have a pension and a 401k. And that's been going on forever.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, some of it I took into consideration, like there's a lot of advice that I got from older people that I was like, oh, I should probably do this so that I don't end up, struggling in my retirement age. But I mean, life happens and stuff happens, but you just rebuild yourself the best that you can, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys are awesome. Like, as far as, and Tribbles, I can't believe you had 365 pairs of shoes. If she's still on, I
Oh,
saw
that
that
much, huh?
comment.
Wow.
I don't have that many shoes. I wish I did. But yeah, like when I quit smoking before, it was hard, and I went back to it because I thought I could just have one. So I was wrong. So Stephanie, wait, is she still on?
yes, Michelle, I'm here,
Are you
honey.
still there? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. So you have children, right?
No, I never had any children.
Oh, you never had any
No,
children?
I
Oh,
have.
okay.
No, I
All right. I
have.
wasn't sure if you did or not. Okay.
No, I couldn't. I can't have. I couldn't have kids. I have my niece and nephew. I helped raise, and then they have kids, and I call them my grandkids. But they're
Oh,
my
okay.
niece and nephew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
well, that's cute. That's so nice. You're probably like the best aunt ever.
Oh yes. I mean, they're always calling me, and we have seven grandkids between my niece and my nephew's 38, and my niece is 28.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, and so I helped my sister raise both of her children. So yeah, I feel like they are my children, honey.
Aw.
Yeah.
So when you quit for 3 years before, why did you quit before? What was your motive? Just to be healthier, or?
Well, actually, no. The motive was I think my nephew at that time was about 10 years old, and he came home from school one day, and my sister smoked too. And he said, you know, Mom, you shouldn't smoke, it's bad for you, and I don't want you to die. Well, that touched my sister so much that she quit smoking, and so we quit together.
Oh, okay.
And
Oh,
it's been and I lasted for 3 years, and my sister still isn't smoking. She quit completely forever. And so that was the motivation then to stop smoking.
you're
Yeah,
lucky.
yeah. So my sister never picked up a cigarette again, but of course I did.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't think that. I mean, if you, Michelle, let's take for the sake of argument, if you could live to 75 as a smoker and 77 as a non-smoker, you'd probably keep smoking, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I don't know, because, like, and that's hypothetical too. So, like, I mean, I'm sure we've all met people who've died in their 60s who never
Thank you,
smoked.
Drew.
And I'm sure we've met tons of people
Right.
who got to their 60s smoking and have COPD or emphysema. I mean, so, like, hypothetically, I mean, you can't, I mean, I would like to live to be an age to where I am still independent. I don't have to be put in a nursing home for whatever reason, or that be a
Right.
burden on my son to have my son take. I would never want my that's completely out of the option, because my son
Right.
has his own life to live, and I would never want to be that. Oh, you need to,
Right.
that's not even.
Hey, but here's something to consider. Once you reach 65, life sucks whether you smoke or whether you don't.
Tom, come on.
No, it
Let's be a
isn't like
little
the
bit more positive.
non-smokers are like, that far ahead.
Well, no, that's true. I mean, I think it all goes, unless if you have like some major health issues because of it. But, like, I feel you, like, on that. Like, I mean, you're still at the same kind of playing field, just like what you said, as far as like hormones, your options, where your life is going is probably going to be, the same whether you smoked or you didn't at your age. It's
Yeah.
not like you're gonna have all of these different things, but
I know, and what's so funny is we're
Good for you,
talking
Jay.
about the smoking, and my cough is so bad tonight, you guys. I'm gonna have to get off the panel.
Oh,
But yeah, it's bad, Tom, tonight. It gets worse, see. I only limit myself to a few cigarettes because, yes, if I try to smoke more than that, yes, my cough does get worse. So it just goes to show you that the frickin' smokes, yeah, they're not good. And
don't you take a bronchial dilator?
I have an inhaler, yeah, but
Do you use it?
oh yeah, I use it, Tom, yeah. But thank you for letting me up. It's been so much fun with you guys. My tummy hurts from laughing again, Tom, so
Oh,
thank you.
No, you're welcome.
You're making me laugh so hard I'm coughing up a lung tonight.
Oh, you got another one.
Yeah, so you guys have a good night, and
All right,
I'll
Stephanie.
talk to you all later.
All right, take it easy.
Okay, bye, you guys.
See, Michelle, she's trying to give you good advice. Where's that at? You're at?
The gas station.
You're lucky you got all that shit open that close.
Oh yeah, but you live in like a small town, so it's different. Here it's like everywhere.
How you doing?
God,
Could you go to a diner if you wanted to?
Yeah. Yeah.
220, 263.
Oh, that's cool.
Here, hold on.
You're screwed here after 8 o'clock. Actually, earlier than that.
Really?
Yeah. All right, y'all set, man. Have a good one.
Thanks. You too.
Would you get some KY jelly?
I literally walked in there with a mask on and no one said anything, like it was normal. That's great. There were like 3 or 4 guys in there. They're just kind of like, yeah, I've probably seen it all at this time of night. No, here there's still, I mean, not everything's open.
No, I haven't, JM, although I never looked. Those are dark bottles.
Who's still on the chat?
A lot of people. 39 people.
Oh, Troubles is still on the chat. She'll have to show us her shoe collection. You should come on the panel, Trouble.
Yeah, Trebles, why don't you come up? Come on up and talk. What's the
You can
problem
talk
here?
to
JMO, you
Catwoman
want to
over
come up?
here and Catwoman and Old Wise Man. That's what we'll call you, or Wise Ass, Wise Man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Come on, JMO. Come on, Trebles.
Was Tribbles the one that used to DoorDash?
I don't know if she did or not. I don't remember her saying that. She could have.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I had a customer today told me in the directions when I delivered, he wanted me to yell at the side of his apartment complex, "I'm here, bitches." So that's what I did. I went out there and I yelled, "I'm here, bitches," and he came out and got his stuff. He was laughing.
Yeah, JMO, that's weird. I don't know what that would be. Look at the date on the bottle. They're dated. You'll be flying high drinking dragon's milk.
Oh, gee. Yeah, if you're not a drinker, I think, isn't Dragon's Milk like 11%?
Yeah, 11%. Yep.
Yeah. That's like almost 3 like light beers if you're a light beer drinker.
It is. That's what I tell people all the time. My arm isn't strong enough to drink Coors Light. Be there forever. Could you get like a pizza this late?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I could get food this late. There's probably a couple places I could call. We had more places before COVID.
That's weird.
Then when COVID came, it's like everything like shut down at like, not everything, but like a lot of those places just started shutting down by like 9-10 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
But
it sucks.
there's still one diner here. It's open 24 hours. And we used to have a ton of them. Like, so before, all the grocery stores, all the Wegmans in the area were open 24 hours a day before COVID. You probably could go to like 3 or 4 diners, 24 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. And now they're like saying for like safety purposes, even with some bars here. So like in New York State, the county that I live in, bars have to close at 2 o'clock. You know, you can't give alcohol out after 2 in the morning. But even the bars started closing at midnight. A lot of them.
Wow.
Where before they all stayed open until 2 a.m. And in
Yeah.
Buffalo, if you were to go to Buffalo, it's 4 a.m. in Buffalo.
Even now?
I don't know after COVID. I haven't been to Buffalo lately, but before it was 4 a.m. in Buffalo.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know. COVID changed a lot. Like there were a lot of pharmacies open 24 hours, like drugstores.
Yeah, it sounds like a good place.
Yeah, there was quite a bit to do before. You know, we had a couple Starbucks open 24 hours. That shut down. Um, yeah, once COVID hit, it was like, geez, like you used to be able to like, go out and have fun. Now it's like, nope, everything shuts down by like 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's how it is in
Everything's
Michigan.
weird. Yeah, it's weird.
Is the bar business kind of dead there now?
It definitely with COVID, it definitely hurt a lot of them, but there's still some strong ones that are very much so in business. And I thought it was actually kind of funny because during COVID, even when it first came out, there was still some bars that were thriving. I'm like, wow, I guess a lot of people still aren't afraid of COVID.
Yeah, it fucked things up big time.
But yeah, like we have a Denny's here by my house. I'm driving by it right now. That's still open 24 hours. You have your gas stations.
That's good though to have that access to stuff.
Oh, for sure. Well, even the pharmacies, it was good to have 24-hour pharmacies, just in case.
Wow. Now, will you sleep in the morning?
It depends. Like, I don't sleep in too late usually. Like, I don't need a ton of sleep either. So I'll probably be up by like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Really? And you're not tired in the day?
No, not usually. But if I do, like, I'll just take like a little tiny nap here, here or there if I get tired. But
Yeah.
I really don't need a ton of sleep.
You're lucky.
Well, yeah, like some people need a lot of sleep.
Yeah, me. Do you have allergies?
Well, you said you have allergies, right?
I think I do, yeah.
Yeah. You probably, especially getting acclimated to everything that's down there, too. I can't imagine all the stuff that's growing down there that doesn't grow in Michigan.
Yeah. There's a lot of pollen down here, that's for sure.
Do they have like a lot of like those moth nests? Have you ever seen those nests in those trees?
Yeah, down here it's all these trees. I mean, I like them, but I mean, the pollen down here is like crazy. And now that like temperatures have gotten warmer like all year, it's even like worse.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it's worse. I can't imagine.
I mean, it
like,
could be worse, but I am like tired a lot,
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Like, well, you're still pretty active though, too. You still get out of the house and
Yeah, I do stuff.
videos and everything. Hey, I gotta give it to you, Tom. A lot of people your age, they're not building houses and,
Yeah, but I attribute mine, I attribute mine to mental illness. I mean, it isn't all like depression and suicidal. There's like good sides to it, good parts to it.
So do you take medication for it or
No, nope.
Okay.
I have, but I'm not now. But I mean, there's other good sides to it. Like, I'm like do my YouTube stuff and I do shit no matter what.
So you still feel like as though you have a purpose though, you know what I mean? Like you have
Yeah, I guess I do. I guess I do. I
There's
don't know
nothing
about
that
purpose.
makes you
I
happy.
don't know if I buy into that much.
What, buy into
Purpose.
happiness? Oh.
Purpose.
Well, I mean, like you still feel like when you wake up, there's stuff that you got to get done. There's a reason
Yeah, I
behind
don't
it.
even think that really. I mean, there's stuff I do get done, but like there's certain things like I'm like I like eating out, porn, nature, bees, and YouTube. That's about it.
Well, and then
I
Stephanie,
mean, if you really like, people ask me, it's like, they don't know what their calling is and stuff. I think it's like, if you do stuff no matter what, like you don't feel good, you didn't get a good night's sleep, you're tired, you're depressed, that's your calling. Like I tried to like learn to play the guitar, I couldn't do it. It's like, fuck this. I mean, after a year, it was like you gave it to a monkey. And then like flying, I did that. And then college, I did that. And then like being self-employed, I did that. And like YouTube, I did that. But there's other things. I don't give a fuck what you offer. I'm not doing it. And like even relationships and stuff like that, which if you looked in the strict sense of the world, like I was thinking about this today driving, like I never had a problem getting girlfriends. But that's just a small part of the equation. Like it depends on how you define these things. Just getting like people interested in you is just a little bit about it. If you look at the whole piece of pie, that problem was no problem. I just like got tired of them. Couldn't do it long term, but I'm not necessarily convinced that long term is the goal either.
okay.
So, you just get, it's human behavior, like I'm really hell bent about like the underdog and like I'm a big nature nut and like nothing's getting in the way of that. And then other things like people around and like a loving relationship, like doesn't really interest me that much.
Huh.
I think someone that would like, plus I'm getting old now, which in a way is good because it's narrowed the piece of pie down. I mean, if you weren't interested in this during your prime years, what would make you think that it's going to get better? Like I tell people, no matter what you're into, look at the facts, look at your history. You may think this kind of stuff, but what does your history show? And I knew when I was like 35 that it's like, I don't know about this being married. And, I just kind of like, once porn came out and it was easily available, I thought this is probably going to be the end of my dating years. Because at the time, before that stuff got available, I just, you had to date. I mean, that was it. It was a means to an end. But as I got older and that became available, sure as shit, man, just like I predicted, here I am. But the good news is like, I think this was just kind of like my calling.
Right. Well, like I tell people this all the time. I'm like, everyone has a different path in life that they're meant to take, and like not everybody's going to take the family, having kids and, going that route. And
Yeah, I never wanted kids, not one bit. But, like anything, I think it's how you're brought into this world and like what your circumstances are. I remember thinking I didn't want kids because I had enough problems keeping myself on track. And I thought of genes. And then I thought of like, I didn't want to be wrapped in that tight to like a relationship, which probably isn't a good sign.
right. So it probably just wasn't meant for you.
No. I mean, my sister had a kid and it ruined her fucking life. He ended up putting her out of business and him too.
Do you think so as far as like your videos go, how many more are you gonna put out as far as like the stars and
Oh, a lot. I think I think it would be a fair assumption to say that I'm like obsessed with videotape and stuff. Here's my honest thinking about it. I started a YouTube channel because I thought, wow, I'm going to be able to upload all this shit and go look at it later. And then it just, those damn viral videos, which, I was never really into that, tell you the truth. And then, like, I really like randomness of like nature. And the videos that I really like, the ones that I continually upload that I have since I first got started on YouTube, nobody watches. I just uploaded like 5 today that nobody will ever watch. So the thing that got me all these subscribers and stuff is kind of an anomaly. It's like not the basis and the reason for the channel. That's why I always tell people, it's like, this is just something YouTube created. It's not like great editing. It's not great content. It was just like, that's why I really gave away all the money that I made on the YouTube videos to like different things and like people that I ran into, and it was expensive to do those things. I didn't live there. It was 200 miles one way. And it was just, I felt I owed them because, I think I'm a straight up guy. And I knew that had it not been for interviews with prostitutes, that people would have never probably like subscribed to my channel. That's what did it. It wasn't like anything I did. If you take out the prostitute interviews, there's like nothing, which I'm fine with. It just kind of worked out that way. I never like planned on like people joining my channel and stuff because of that.
So, why do you think people were so fascinated by the prostitute?
Yeah, I wish I could tell you, man, because I don't think I was doing anything different. I honestly, it was the prostitutes. And this is what's interesting about it is, if you listen to a lot of those women, people treat them like shit, shoot BB guns at them, dump things out of the car when they drive by. And then all of a sudden YouTube comes out and you upload these videos and you get a bunch of sane people rather than a bunch of aggressive people that empathized with their position and they found it interesting. And YouTube at the time was like good, but not as good as it got. And they saw money in it and they promoted me, or now it's quite different than that. So that was like a lot of things in life. There was just a time frame there. And, I guess I got lucky when I did that, because really when I did those videos, I was doing them whether anybody watched them or not, just like my moon videos and my cloud videos. And it was actually a teenager that put them on Reddit that got the videos to go viral, which, I really don't consider a viral video any different than the one that people don't watch. Everybody gauges your success on YouTube by subscribers. And that never really, I never thought that way. Same with like, I go on live sometimes and I'm basically talking to myself. If you go into my videos and you look up, if you go on my channel and you look up videos and you look at like most viewed, you'll see about 8 or 9 viral videos. That had nothing to do with me. Zero. Nothing. It wasn't good cinematography. It wasn't good camera work. It wasn't great questioning. It wasn't good interviewing skills. It was the people that I happened to run into during that time period that provided an interesting interview to people that turned into YouTube. It had nothing to do with me. I'm aware of this. That's why I tell people all the time, it's like, oh, how do you, get successful with YouTube? Fuck, I don't know.
Well,
This is just like shit luck. It's like musical chairs. They turned off the music and I sat down.
So I was on TikTok the other night and I saw Mama June, which is Honey Boo Boo's mother. I don't know if you've ever watched.
Yeah, I know about them.
If you've seen, right. And it was amazing to me because she's been off air for a while. And
Good luck to her, by the way.
yeah, like she was just on there talking to people like answering questions, just talking like how we are right now, which I was kind of surprised because she's supposed to be like the celebrity and whatever. But she was literally on a live stream on TikTok and just answering, random questions. I mean, she got irritated by some of them, but like, because people kept on asking about, you know, the same thing over and over and over again. But it was just like a realistic, because like when they came out with these reality series, people were like, "Oh, this is like real life." When all reality, it wasn't. It was like stage stuff. I mean, some of it there was real life, but most of it was just staged. You know, stuff like
Yeah. No, I mean, it depends how you look at it. Like, I never really thought I'd make a dime on YouTube. I didn't care about it. And it's just weird how it worked out that way.
Well, you also spend a lot of money. Like, didn't you pay for like a guy's hotel room for like
Yeah, I mean, I did that. I paid a
videos?
lot of money, man. All the money that I made, I paid on like different things. Like, you would see videos of when people would send things and I'd hand them out to people. But the stuff that I gave out, I never videoed because honestly, I always thought this is exactly how I looked at YouTube. I'm out there fucking around. It's all things that I like to do: photography, I like Detroit. I like taking photos. I like being out at night. I like exploring abandoned buildings. And when I started getting paid by YouTube, I thought, man, this is fucking crazy. It's like YouTube will sell you their channel, like make income, and I never looked at it that way. And I went from like making nothing for 4 years, which I was fine with because you don't expect to go on vacation and get compensated. There was a time when they were paying me like $14,000 a month.
Wow.
YouTube's paid me about $200,000 over like a
Wow.
5-year period. And I was just like handing it out left and right. And even like subscribers that I had from YouTube, like would be from people that, needed their light bill paid or something like that, because I just treated the money like monopoly money. I mean, I just, in good conscience, I didn't feel right about like taking, I was enjoying my YouTube videos. I loved doing them. And I just didn't feel, and I knew in my heart that it wasn't anything I did. It was the people that I interviewed that drove the whole thing. So if they needed a break or they needed help or something like that, I thought, man, it's just like monopoly money. I didn't work for it. I never thought I'd get like paid by anybody for it. And I just helped them out. I mean, I have a clear conscience about that. Now the money's nothing. I don't even monetize my videos anymore because you got to check off on so much stuff that it's just not worth it. Like, will you offend somebody? Is this talking about this? In the old days, all you had to worry about was not glorifying or promoting the use of drugs. Well, that slowly changed. Actually, now they don't want you talking about drugs anywhere. Like, let's say marijuana is legal. They don't want you talking about that. If I say Prozac helped me, they don't want you talking about that. So I went from being promoted by YouTube, which is how I got all those subscribers, to not being promoted by YouTube, but I still have the subscribers. I'm not complaining. I mean, I got lucky, I guess, if you look at it that way. It's unfortunate for people because, they do the right thing and they're trying to promote a channel and they can't figure why they're not getting more subscribers. It's all YouTube. They pick and choose who they promote. I happen to be in a time when my videos were what they were looking for, just shit luck. And they're not any longer, but I'm cool with that.
Hmm.
There's a bunch of people out there that were doing really well on YouTube and they just changed the criteria. They're a strange company. I mean, they
Well,
went around.
there's probably still some favoritism to the whole thing as well, because I've still seen YouTube videos where they talk about prostitution and
They do, but it's drug talk, sex talk. I'll give you an example. Like, there's channels out there that are hunting channels. They don't want impact shots now, which means when the animal's actually shot. I mean, what the fuck? It's a hunting channel.
so
You're
there's
shooting
excited.
fucking deer and pheasants and all this shit. Yeah, impact shots. You're hunting. They demonetize those guys. There's other channels that deal with like plane crashes and car crashes and shit. They don't want those on there anymore. So they basically boiled it down now that they don't need anybody to like a vanilla, generic, family-friendly channel.
Right. Well, someone said that they liked your randomness of your channel, how you don't.
Well, there are people that do it, but if YouTube doesn't promote you, if you tried to find me on your own without YouTube's promotion, I would have never had these subscribers. And you'll see, like, I'm lucky I have the subscribers that I did. They don't tell people when I do a live. They unsubscribe people from my channel. This was going on. I lost like 10,000 subscribers. I get emails all the time, which I don't really give a shit about, to tell you the truth. But I get emails, people, it's like, hey, I was unsubscribed from your channel. I don't know why. You talk to YouTube about it, and they act like it's just a figment of my imagination. So I figured, well, my days are done with YouTube. I'm sure they're just going to keep fucking with me until there's nothing left. And then, like, in the last 90 days, they gave me like 15,000 subscribers, which hadn't happened in a long time. So I don't know whether they're really rethinking things, or it's hard to say. I don't know. I don't count on them for anything. I mean, they send, like when you get 100,000 subscribers, which, I would say personally I didn't deserve. It was something they created. You're supposed to get this plaque. Like, and I had a couple people that said, do you get the plaques? Like, nah. It's like, why not? It's like, I don't give a fuck about it, really. It's like, well, would you get it? Would you give it to me? It's like, yeah, I'll give it to you. It's no problem. So you fill out the bullshit, and you would think that after you got 100,000 subscribers, which they created, they just send you the fucking plaque. They don't. You got to fill out all this fucking bullshit. I thought, I'm not filling out all this crap. So I just like never follow through on it. So YouTube now, it's better than it was. They're not like fucking with me like they used to, but I fully expected in the last couple of years to have my channel canceled. And it didn't happen.
Well, I know a lot of people that were in your community, the channels that did get canceled. So
They did. Yeah, that's true.
but it was.
But I'm glad for that, actually, because, for a while, if I would run into somebody on the street and it's like, I got to, my friends don't even know I have a YouTube channel. I don't even tell people. And it's funny how many people find out about it. It's like, hey, you got a YouTube channel. It's like, yeah, I do. It's like, why didn't you tell me about that? It's like, well, it's no big deal, fucking around, uploading shit. I like that kind of thing. I don't even like telling. I've never promoted it, none of that stuff. But it seems like it's gotten better. But either way, I mean, all as I care about is that I got 1,000 subscribers and I can do lives. We can go on and do this kind of stuff from time to time. Other than that, it really doesn't interest me. I'm so thankful. I mean, like a lot of things, the way you look at things, like I'm a big nature nut, an underdog nut. I don't know why I think this way, but honestly, I could care less. If I could give you 50,000 subscribers of mine right now and put them on your channel, I'd do it. I could care less. And I'm so grateful that I think this way, because I'm not going to get into this thing about like views and subscribers. And I've said this from day one. I've never told anybody to subscribe, like, share, none of that shit. People know what they like. It's insulting to me to suggest to you that I should ask you to subscribe to my channel. I'm not doing it. It's like Patreon. See, what YouTube's trying to do now is they're trying to take the income, and instead of them paying me, which I'm not monetized, so that's a non-factor anymore, they're trying to get you to get your viewers to pay you. Well, none of my stuff, honestly, I'm glad people watch it. I hope they like something that I do. I would never ask anybody to send me money, and I never have. It's like, I'm not doing it. Just not. It's not that important to me. It's just like fun doing this, you know what I mean? And, it's a hobby for me. I'm obsessed with like videos and like, I was always obsessed with photography. I've been this way since I was young, like photo stuff and like, wildlife and that kind of thing. And then video made it so much easier, and it was so much more of a complete story. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, I have just like 50 terabytes of stuff that I've done that I have on external hard drives. And I love photography, but nobody watches photography on YouTube. They want videos. But I still upload my photos. I mean, if you do what they tell you to do and you promote your channel, I mean, maybe you'd make more money, but it's just not my personality. I don't think I deserve the subscribers I have. It's a mystery to me. It's something YouTube created. It's bullshit. And like I said, when people ask me, well, how'd you get that many subscribers? Fuck, they did it, not me. It's just like, you know, I don't get it. But that was the old days, you know, where they were looking to build up a big platform, and they did. But now it's not like that. It's you're kind of restricted. I mean, what's the sense of me interviewing a prostitute that I'm interested in, how she got there, what her drug use is, how much she spends, if I can't ask those questions? Stupid. But that's the way it is. And then, believe me, there's YouTube and there's nothing else. No comparison out there. I've tried. They pissed me off before. I've gotten 2 strikes for like bullshit before. And I thought, well, I'm going to be out of here with 3 strikes. Looking around for like someplace else to upload. And it was like, fuck, this is nothing, man. I tried TikTok. I didn't really like that. I uploaded like 1 video. I've tried these other like social media platforms. They're bullshit. It's like, it's YouTube or nothing. It's like, you know, like Google or nothing. You got all these other ones, Firefox, Duck, whatever it is. Apples and oranges. They're weird.
So let's see, who's in the chat right now? We have Drifter Nomad, JMO, Tribbles. Those are chat.
You know, yeah, I like photography. My photography, let me tell you, I mean, I'm like a run and gun photographer. Like 75% of my stuff, like people say, oh, your photography is great. You know, this is great. You know who's saying that? People that aren't into photography. People that wanted to do it but haven't. My photography is like half-assed, moving, taking shots while I'm on the run. I'm not fucking around, sitting around. I did professional photography for a couple of years, 2 different ways. I did comp cards for models, and I did it for a travel magazine. They got a hold of me, and I was on my A game, and I thought, you know what, this fucking sucks, man. I hated doing comp cards for models. Yeah, you got to be around a lot of good-looking women, but what good's that do you? Just because you're around them doesn't mean they're going to, like, blow you after the session. And it was just like, this is so super boring. These women are so stupid. It just didn't interest me. So I quit doing that. And then I did the travel thing for a while. So, you know, I guess I met the litmus test of like knowing if I had to get my act together, I could get paid for my photography. Then I sold photos of mine in black and white photography. And I thought, I don't like this either. And I just realized that, like, I like that. I mean, my photography is like average at best. I'm not fucking around all goddamn day long watching 2 crickets fuck to get the perfect shot. It's not happening. I like getting in, getting out, getting in, driving, you know, not everything's perfectly in focus. And that's what I'm going to do. Just like portrait photography and stuff, I just can't do it. It's just like me, you know. I love, like, I tell everybody all the time, man. People say I ought to be a rep for them. GoPro. You can't beat a GoPro, man. I use my GoPros like a son of a bitch. I've got 3 of them. And it's the most, they're glitchy and they will screw you sometimes. They lock up and delete files and every other fucking thing. But 95% of the time, they're great. If anybody likes that, man, you cannot beat a GoPro. And if anybody's worried about the learning curve, believe me, I'm the dumbest motherfucker in the world when it comes to camera equipment. People think like I'm like some expert. I'm not. I do the bare minimum on everything. If there's something I like that dark, like alley look, or I like underwater, I will buckle down and bite the bullet and learn how to do that. But other than that, you got to hold a gun in my head to learn how to work a camera. I do what interests me, and the rest of it I'm not worth a shit at. So if you like photography and it interests you, I highly recommend getting a GoPro. And for $300, it's a deal and a half. You can go underwater. You can take good stills. You can do star links. I could tell you how to do it all in 10 minutes on the phone. Believe me, I struggle with all this shit. And all this camera equipment, I hardly ever read the manuals. I'll tell you the way to learn how to work videos and cameras is you sit in your couch and you watch TV and you get a bunch of extra batteries and you charge them all up and you just keep fucking with that camera while you're watching TV, taking pictures of whatever you're watching this way, that way, this way, that way. And before you know it, after a couple of days, it's like you know what's work and what's not. And you go out there and you take it to the field. Let me give you a perfect example. GoPro has a star tracker program on the GoPro 11. And on a beautiful lit super night, when you go out sometimes you just think, wow, these stars are fantastic. Well, it's not all created equal. When you go out on a great night, you can get away with the automatic mode. When you go out, the stars are beautiful, but they're not quite that illuminated. Just for the other night, I experimented. When the stars are out there, but they're not super bright, that's because of the illumination of the moon. And believe it or not, if you know shutter speed, you have to increase it about 6 times. So I did it the other night and it came out perfect. But it just gives you a way of like experimenting and learning how to work this shit without having to go through like a class at a junior college from a photography or stuff like that. I never took any of that shit. And the editing stuff has gotten so much easier. Believe me, if I can do it, anybody can do it. I know the bare minimum of what it takes to get what I'm interested in. Other than that, fuck it. I'm a lazy bastard. I don't read any of the manuals. But if you like photography and you like the kind of things that I do, nighttime stars and like leaves and clouds, I can tell you in 5 minutes how to do it. It's fun. It really is super easy. It's like retard level.
Sounds like if I can do it, anybody can do it.
No, it's true, man. Because I know I'm like lazy, and I only do what it takes to like get what really interests me. If it doesn't interest me, you can forget it. I'm not doing it. Like I did portrait photography. Yeah, auto mode. You see, you can get away with auto mode on like good, perfect nights, but you can't on other nights. And it's like, this is how my photography goes. Anything. I'll go out, it's like, oh, wow, that is super cool, man. I want to do that. And I go out there and it's like a fucking disaster. It's like pitch dark the whole fucking time. Video and photo. It's like, what the hell did I do wrong? It pisses me off. And I go and I reach it and I like try things. And it's like, I finally get up to speed and like how to get what I'm interested in. But like smart people, like they know this ahead of time and they're getting it from day one. Where me, I've got to like just get disasters 3 times in a row. It's like, this sucks, man. This really is shit. And then I buckle down and it's like, do it. But I'm telling you, man, GoPro and photography, it's so easy now. It's unbelievable. Back when I was doing photography 25 years ago, I shot everything in a manual mode because cameras weren't advanced. They didn't have 52 points calculating the exposure. I shoot everything, almost everything, on automatic, even my infrared photography, because cameras have become so advanced. It's like brainless. But back 25 years ago, it was 10 times harder. Now it's like gotten easy. Manuals are like terrible, man. It's like, this sucks. In YouTube videos, there are like a lot of great people. You know, there's certain people, like I'll give you an example. Like there's a lot of people that like to build airplanes, you know, home built airplanes that aren't pilots. And the guys that seem to like to fly them just don't have it in them to build them. It's like apples and oranges. It's weird. You rarely find the guys that build them and fly them. So there's a book by a University of Illinois professor. I can't think of the name of it. I have it. And what he says is you're going to be given a gift in life, which is a talent, and go with that. Perfect what you've been given. And the stuff that you're not good at, if you don't like house cleaning, if you don't like painting, farm it out, because you're never going to get any better at what you don't like. But what you're good at, perfect it. And I would agree with that 100%. And if that interests you, I will look up the name of the book. It's a University of Illinois professor. I read it myself, and I read that quite a while ago, and I kind of go with that. Things that I know that I don't like, that I'm terrible at, that I never get around to doing, I pay for or I farm out. Things that I'm good at, I don't need any help. You know what you're good at and what you're not good at. You're never going to get better at the things that you don't like to do. If you're a smart person, you like to work and you have a good job, go work and do that. Get a house cleaner. It's weird. Human behavior is like strange. You know?
I think a lot of it has to do with everybody comparing themselves to everybody else instead of just focusing on, like what you said, like everybody's good at something, right?
Everybody's good at something. Yeah, you have a gift that is going to make you successful. I know what my strong points are, and I know what my weak points are. I know as a private investigator, my strong points were getting clients. I could get business by soliciting people. Surveillance, I'm terrible at. I'm like an ADHD guy, you know. Talking to people, interviewing people, I'm good at.
Mm-hmm.
So I farmed out all my surveillance and did the other stuff that I was good at. And I thought, wow, I can't believe I'm getting paid at this. And all the people that you think that are going to be good at surveillance are not good at it. It's weird, the people that end up being really good at this. And to be honest with you, my best surveillance guys were kind of fat, lazy, and couldn't believe they were getting paid for sitting out in front of somebody's house for 9 hours not doing shit. And they were very good at what they did. They had no problem at sitting there for 9 hours waiting for something to happen. But you get this gung-ho macho motherfucker. He's the worst guy you can get. He's always moving. The people are watching him. They see that the van moves. Highlight what your strengths are and farm out all the rest. Pay for it. Whether it's cooking, getting that mail order shit, dinners in the mail, and stick with your strength. I believe that 100%. I really do. I mean, it's a fucking miracle. I mean, I should be dead by now, honestly. If you guys knew me when I was younger, it was unbelievable. I never got caught at a crime and that I ended up being a private detective. Just shit luck.
You got saved.
Yeah, I got really lucky. I mean, I was a total 100% delinquent. And the notion that I even went to college, it wasn't like some like great story. I barely got in and barely got out. But luck had a lot to do with it. And I just like, you know, I didn't want to do, like where I came from, blue collar, I didn't want to be a factory worker. I didn't like the trades. I didn't want to be a bricklayer, an electrician, none of that shit. And I just kind of got into PIs because like, what the hell am I going to do? I mean, I would have liked to drive in a taxi, but there was no money in it. I'd like to be a truck driver now, but you don't get to fuck around in the places that you go. I mean, it's like LA to like Detroit and like no fucking around in the cities. You got this big long ass 50-foot trailer. You can't, I mean, I don't want to do that. I don't want to just like be on expressways, you know, so I didn't do it. Yeah, I was a total delinquent, man. Seriously. But there is something out there for everybody. It's just they got to find it. But it's hard not to get, you know, once you can like get married and you have kids and all that shit and you need an income, it kind of seals your fate.
Yeah, you're right. You're right in a lot of that.
You know, it's like you're taking jobs you don't want because you need the money. You got to support your kid. And you're kind of stuck.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Yeah, it's amazing I made it this far. I should have been in prison or dead by now.
We'll send you We'll send you letters to prison, Tom, if you end
Yeah,
up
I
in
appreciate
prison.
it. It probably wouldn't be in some aspects. I mean, as you know, I've been in a couple of mental hospitals, and honestly, I think they were good experiences. Really, I do. I was glad to see them. I mean, if they were that good, why don't I want to go back? Yeah, good point. They weren't that good, but they
I
were
mean,
learning experiences. You know, I got to see
yeah.
what it's like on the inside.
But that would be like somebody saying, "Oh, I got good care at the hospital." Well, why don't you go back to the hospital?
Yeah, that's
Because
exactly
you
right. Yeah.
don't want to be at the hospital. I mean, unless if you have to.
No, you know what I did in my senior year in high school? You could do co-op. So I made a fictitious gas station. I got a DBA, an assumed name, the whole bit. Didn't even exist. Turned it into my high school. In the second semester of my senior year, I was filling out all this bullshit as this station owner, and the gas station didn't even exist. It was me. Gave myself an A, B plus, and got her going to school. The only regret I ever had in my life is not dropping out of high school, because it was a total waste of time, and those 2 years didn't do me any good. You know how it is when you're high school, you're in or you're out, and I
Right.
just wasn't part of the successful crowd. I should have had enough nuts to quit, but I like hung in there and graduated barely. But it was a total waste of time. I wasn't a good college student either, man. I mean, I went to a junior college, criminal justice. I went there for about a year, and it's like I'm fucking around there and getting C's and stuff. And then I knew a lot of cops. I was planning on being a cop, and then they said, you ought to go get a 4-year degree. It's like, you gotta be kidding me, man. The first thing that came to my mind was, I wonder how much pussy I could knock out up there. That was enough for me. So I transferred to a 4-year school. It was just like I dreamed. Girls up the ass. I had to work while I was going to college, and it was like, that's where I met my wife. It was like, this is exactly what I was hoping. I didn't go to a school where I didn't have to work, and it was like a popular football team. But I did go to a big college where there were shit tons of girls. And, I ended up being a porn addict. So you can imagine that fit in perfect. I thought, this is fucking awesome. It was just like I dreamed it was going to be. Girls up the ass up until even after I graduated. I took I transferred up there when I was 21. I didn't graduate until I was 23, which I thought I was like, a slow learner. I should have graduated at 22. But it was just like I dreamed. It was like girls up the ass studying. It was like awesome. And somehow I ended up with a 4-year degree in criminal justice. I can tell you right now, I didn't do a fucking thing. I didn't do jack shit. And then here's the thing. I barely graduated from college, but I really did really well as a PI early. Like in my mid-20s, I was making crazy money. The university found out about it. And you know what they did? They recruited me to come back and teach a class. You know what that translated into? More pussy. It was perfect. So I taught there for 2 years. Actually, I had a living girlfriend at the time. Met a girl that I was teaching. I broke up with my girlfriend. We lived together for about a year. It's fucking paradise. I'd probably be in jail for that now. And then I got out and killed it as a PI till I was about 37. And I'm not bragging, and this isn't that much money, but I started that PI firm in 81 and sold it in 92 for $1,300,000, which isn't that much money. But if you look back in 1992, it was, inflation wasn't that bad at the time. And I'm a lazy motherfucker. I'm not some go-getter smart guy. And I thought, perfect, man. If I do this right, I'm not going to have to work. So I moved down to Florida, bought those 20 acres, fucked around down there, got sick of living down there, left my wife after about 5 years, moved to Chicago, started another detective agency, did good, got paid for about a third of it, and then the guy defaulted. Then I moved up to Michigan and kind of helped my sister and that kind of thing. It was good, but it wasn't good like the old days. So I got lucky for about a 15-year period that really kind of paved the way for my whole adult life. I mean, I really haven't really worked much past 38 years old. And it was all because, you know, the economy was good. You could buy something. It was worth, 10 times more than you paid for it when you got it and that kind of bullshit. It's not like that now. So I've been able to skate by with just kind of like fucking off. I mean, smart businessmen, real entrepreneurs, they do something, but it's like me, man. My main goal, my main interest was, oh fuck, I don't need to work. I mean, I should have a way more money than I do, but not working was more important to me than having a lot of money. And I've really been able to like parlay like a 10-year period into not doing shit. And I'm a lazy motherfucker, man. If I was like your age, Michelle, now, or like, 5 years younger, I probably couldn't do it in this day and age. It was just a timing in the United States. And, things were going well and it was easy to get, I'm a lazy fucker and I made it, but I don't think I could do it now. I mean, I've been thinking about it lately. I got fucked on my divorce because on my divorce, I got fucked out of about $1.5 million, which I'm okay with if it happens. But here's what happens is my wife and I had an agreement. I put a ton of money into that place. I paid for it when I left until she told me to quit sending money. I lived there for 5 years and I put about $450,000 into it back in 1992. So all these years, about 15 years, she's been living with another guy. I consulted an attorney before I left. He said, stay married, file joint income tax returns, and keep a good relationships. I did all that. Well, her mother, they had money, and nobody really knew how much. They were real frugal and made good investments. Well, the mom died. Instead of cutting the inheritance into two, her and her brother, she cut it into four. Her brother, and two grandchildren. She only ended up with about $260,000. Well, that wasn't enough to pay me out. The place is worth like $3.8 million. Nothing to do with me. Wasn't smart, business savvy, none of that shit. Shit luck. I paid $210,000 for it in 1992. Well, all these years, I realized when the mom died and she didn't offer me what she had, that I probably was never going to get paid. A couple years went by and I finally mentioned to her one time, it's like, hey, what are we going to do with this? She said, well, I don't know. I said, I bet you're going to be one of those older women that are just going to live there till you're 95. And she said, yeah, you're probably right. And I knew right then, there's no fucking way I'm going to get my equity out of this property. So I sued for divorce. I mean, after all, another guy's been living there 15 years. Go to trial. I get this cunt fucking judge who treats me like I've abandoned her. I just abandoned her. I said, abandon? What the fuck are you talking about? We filed joint income tax returns. We've kept in touch. We've got a good relationship. I protected my investment and let her continue to live there. She's had sole use of the property since 1998. The judge gave me $250,000, allowed me to keep my condo, which is like $130,000 in Michigan. It's like, fuck that. So I'm appealing right now. So I've got like $43,000 into my divorce. I think I'll do well in the appeal because it's academic. The judge abused her discretion. She thought I was just some jack-off that was trying to, horn in on the appreciation of the property, piss me off, and now I'm appealing. If I lose that, well, I don't think that I will, though. All I was trying to do, if you'd have said, hey, Tom, I'll pay you what you had into this, plus if you calculate my initial investment, what I paid since I was gone, and what I paid while I lived there, it'd be about $1,600,000. And the fucking judge gives me like, $400,000. Are you kidding? So I didn't agree with it. So you could say I lost. This judge is the most appealed judge in Palm Beach County. Now I may lose on the appeal. I don't think so. Either way, it's not going to change my lifestyle. But I thought if I do lose, it's like, should I just like, fuck off till it's tits up when I die down here? Or should I appease my ego and try and start another business? I know I can do it, but I hope I don't have to. I don't need the money, but who wouldn't like another $1.5 million in their bank account just for like safety's sake?
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at right now. Hey, Faye.
And plus
Got a
it would
fucked up
probably,
judge.
and plus it would probably put more of a spark into you if you had
Yeah,
a
what I mean,
business.
I've
Like,
noticed that there's nothing better than being successful at something. There's nothing that replaces that. When you're like successful at something, I haven't found anything. I mean, not working's cool. Not having to go to some job I don't like is I like, just being able to fuck off all the time. But that gets old. When there's a lot of companies out there and they're choosing you instead of somebody else, that really like is a hell of a stimulator. I haven't had that in quite a while. And I'll do it if I have to, just to prove it to myself. But I'm hoping I don't have to. See you, JMO. I'm hoping I don't have to. I'd rather fuck off. Sleep in every day.
yeah, but it might give you something more constructive to do too.
Yeah,
As
but
long
I
as it's
mean,
not, as long as it's nothing like,
people work because they have to. I mean,
well,
even when I sold out at like 35 or something, let me tell you, when I was 25, I was flat fucking broke. I had nothing. My buddy Marty down here, he's been broke twice. He makes $1 million a month now. And I mean, it
I
can
believe
come
it.
back.
Oh, I believe. Oh, that's why I tell people never to fully give up, because even if you hit, hard times come and go,
Yeah, they do.
they really do for everybody. I've never met one person in life who was just straight successful at everything and everything just came, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
there was never a, you know, even if you look at politics, like look at Donald Trump right now.
Hey, Chris.
He went bankrupt like what, once or twice, and now he's in a bunch of hot water right now for a bunch of things. But like,
Yeah, he's got a lot of enemies. But he started out with a silver spoon.
true.
If you get a good jump on stuff, it's
Easier.
it helps.
Yeah.
And what helps is, like, I know an Indian, like, it probably sounds racist and shit, but my experience with Indians has not been good. But I know a guy that owns like 7 gas stations down here. He's building a new one now. It's like $5 million. We were talking the other day, and he was telling me about, he has a bank that like will, help him and finance him for his projects. And banks want to make money too. So if you've built 5 gas stations and you've got positive cash flow and things are going well, they're going to give you the money for the next one. And that's where he's at now. He just got a $6 million loan for a new project about 20 miles from here. If you can get a good relationship with a good bank and you get those wheels rolling, that's what it takes, financing. See, I've got that down here. I mean, I could really get finance for anything I wanted to do. It's just, to be honest with you, I'm trying not to work. I don't fucking want to if I don't have to. I mean, I enjoy just fucking around, and it's hard to get good help anymore.
Well, like my mother, she kind of had your mindset. Like she couldn't wait to retire to like not have to, worry about being up at a certain time, just doing whatever she wanted to do. But then when she actually did retire, she was like, she did what she took a couple months and just, and then she's like, I think I'm missing something. So like she started doing like per diem jobs and everything, like when she
Yeah,
wanted to type of, nothing where like just for like little extra money here and there and to do something. But like everybody's different. Like sometimes people
yeah,
need a little push to
Well, the
decent.
way I look at it is like, I don't, you know, I'll do fine whether I work or whether I don't. And I'm just thinking, just riding out till I die. I mean, work for what? I don't even have like money to leave to anybody. You know? Not like I have kids or anything like that.
Ron Jeremy.
There he is.
I don't like that.
Debbie don't like that. Call me. Say something else.
Yeah, so you never know how things are going to work out, you know?
I'm enjoying retirement.
Good for you.
Well, Tom, it's been like 4 hours, and my going rate is $20 an hour. No, I'm joking.
That's all right. That's cheap.
Remember years ago when you wanted to call long distance, it cost you an arm and a leg.
Oh, yeah. I can remember having girlfriends when I was in college and like getting these phone bills. It's like,
Yeah, now you
crazy.
pay a
Now
flat-
it's like unlimited.
yeah, you pay a flat rate. Yeah, now it's totally I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts.
That was only not even 20, 30 years ago. You know, they didn't. You know, I mean, there was. You know, it was crazy.
Hey, but look at this, Michelle. I had a sister that, like, you know, her husband got shot right after she had a baby, accidentally. She went to college. She didn't graduate. She was like 33. Ended up owning 5 McDonald's franchises. Has this fucking kid who's a fucking disaster, spoiled rotten. Ends up breaking her, breaking him. She just died back in June while her house was under foreclosure. She was making $450,000 a year in 1979.
You ever heard of diamond art?
Wow, that's
Michelle,
crazy.
you ever heard of diamond art?
No,
What's that?
Let me show you. Hold on. Let me show her that.
You stop bugging me when I'm working. You get them all over the place. I'm gonna shoot you.
I'll show you what it is. It's something you can probably get into. Might like.
Maybe not. You rather talk to Tom. Now you got this all stuck on it. What are you doing? Dude,
Debbie's kind of like his Bob.
Yeah, it's true.
my own thing.
Here's diamond art, Michelle.
Oh, that's cute.
You can buy these, and you just put. All you do is put the beads in there. They come with. You buy them, and they come with all the different colored dots, and you put them in their place.
You know what? Actually, I have one of those, and I got frustrated because they're so tiny. You need little tweezers.
You've tried it already?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
and
if you were.
I got a big, like, actually it was like a friend's diamond art, and I
Yeah.
was gonna make it for my mother, and
Yeah.
I got so frustrated like quarter of the way through it. I'm like, this
Oh, okay.
sucks.
Debbie's tried to get me to do it.
I wanted to make him sit still, and I ended up doing the diamond art of the horses that he wanted
Yeah.
myself.
You should go to the gym if you have a lot of energy. You should freaking go to the gym, run it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have a lot of gyms here, unfortunately.
He gets out of breath because he still smokes, so he needs to quit.
We don't have a lot of gyms here.
Well, like Planet Fitness is pretty cheap, and it's a decent
We don't
gym.
have a Planet
I've been
Fitness
there.
here.
Oh,
We
you
used to
don't?
Go there. a
No,
lot.
Springfield, Missouri has one.
Yeah, we used to go to Planet Fitness. It was kind of nice. I like the massage.
Plus, we don't drive. We don't have transportation here, so
Oh, you can't get a bus or anything?
we don't have
See, that's
buses
what's
here.
nice about Rochester is they have the on-demand buses where you pay $2 and they'll pick you up at your
Yeah.
house and take you.
Yeah, that's one of the big knocks about Detroit and their problems and that poor infrastructure for public transportation.
That's the biggest problem with Branson. There's just no public transportation.
We
here.
have
only
we have
12,000
decent here.
But we only have 12,000 people here, so you know.
Oh,
We don't have
okay.
the murders. We don't have the cold weather. We don't get any snow at all, but maybe
So
1 inch
basically,
all
it's a
winter.
cab. $15 out the door. $15 home.
$10
Hey, just
down the
you could
line.
just hitchhike to like your nearest gym. Someone will pick you up, right?
I might buy a scooter though. Those are really popular.
No,
you
don't.
go.
You get killed.
Oh.
They're dangerous.
Oh. Well, you probably see them all down there all the time. So
No, I don't. We don't have any down here, but I see them in
Oh, yeah.
Augusta.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah, there, of course, you'd see them down there for sure. What about where you're at? You see them a lot by you?
No,
Michelle?
Yeah. Oh
you
yeah.
do?
Well, they have actually they have a program in Rochester. It's a bike program. So they have these bicycles that you can, and I'm not sure because I've never actually like tried to pay for them, but they have these setups like all around the city.
You could
Where,
rent them. You could rent them too. The bicycles, and they got scooters you could rent and everything.
yeah,
Talking about, yeah.
but I don't know how much it is, so it might be
Yeah, I don't know.
expensive as far as I know.
But the problem is that people just leave them all over the place.
Yeah,
and
they
don't
do.
pick
Yeah,
them up.
they do. They do too. I wonder how long that program's gonna last because I see them all over the place.
Yeah.
But here, there's a lot of colleges, so we have a lot of college kids too around here.
College is so crazy expensive now.
Wasn't
Oh,
there
it
a shooting?
is.
Wasn't there a shooting just recently at a college? Was it a week and a half ago? Was it a week ago or a week and a half ago? It was. Right, Debbie?
There's constant shootings, Chris.
Yeah, it was in Phil.
Not here, but there, yeah.
I think it, yeah, it was just recently there was another shooting.
Big cities have a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like nothing like shit luck.
So what do you think we should do about Israel?
Yeah, well, that's a mixed bag. Good question.
Well, it's an ally. We need to be standing by our allies in case we ever need them.
You know, that's why I say when you hear about stuff like this, you know, people that live in the United States, we have it good, and we all, and you know, the problem is we all take life for granted because that
It's
could be
true.
either one of us there right now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, they've
Yeah.
got American hostages there too.
That's why I say you just never know.
Well, I think America is pretty smart in a lot of areas, so I'm not overly
Still the best
concerned.
country in the world.
Yeah, like I'm not overly concerned about it, but I know that we have people over there right now and they're keeping an eye on things and trying to keep us safe, meanwhile trying to keep them safe too, trying to figure that out. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
What a mess over there, though.
I know.
Oh,
Just yeah, I was down for almost a day because I watched the freaking news and saw all that BS. And then they're talking about raping their women and this
Oh
and
yeah,
that.
it's bad. Yeah, I know.
And the young
And
girls and killing the babies.
Yeah, it's gut wrenching. I can't imagine.
Taking the babies out of the arms and killing them. That's horrible. And
Well,
people
Yeah, the
say,
thing about terrorism, though, is it's effective.
there's but there's a lot of like they're going to have to pay for the war crimes that they've committed. I mean, you can't just there's a way that you do a war where um you're not going to be held accountable afterwards for certain things.
Do you think we all take life for granted?
Yeah.
You don't know what
Yeah.
you have until it's gone, right?
That's true.
But it is very sad over there, and you know, it's it's just a good reminder of what we do have. Like I could go to the store and I don't have to worry about 5 bombs coming at me and my child getting raped and you know.
Reba McEntire just came out with a new video and a new song, and her song is called 7 Minutes in Heaven. So if you had 7 minutes in heaven, what would you do for those 7 minutes?
who would you want to talk to? Who would you spend time with?
Who would you want to talk to, and who would you want to spend time with in 7 minutes in heaven?
Huh.
That song is a tearjerker.
That song is a tearjerker. Trust me. Get a chance, check it out, Michelle.
Who would I want to spend time with in heaven? If I could,
Johnny Wad.
For 7 minutes.
My mom, my dad, my dogs.
Me too. My parents.
I'd want to spend it with Linda Lovelace.
you're
But
funny.
she's
John.
not into that life anymore, so she'll be trying to convert you to Christianity. So good luck. You might not enjoy that. That's like those Arabs that were wishing for virgins, 25 virgins in heaven if they killed an American. I don't think you're going to get what you want.
You're probably right.
You know?
Hey, you're listening to the smart one in the background.
Be
again.
careful
Yeah.
for what you wish for, always.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that, Debbie.
You know how many people tell me on a day-to-day basis that Debbie's highly intelligent.
Yeah, she is. You're lucky to have her.
I'm
No.
really wondering why we're together.
Yeah, it's
Why
a good
why
question.
am I lucky?
You did get lucky, Chris.
Why? I didn't get lucky. I just met her at a shopping mall.
Well, that's lucky.
Yeah, you wouldn't leave me alone.
He won't leave me alone.
Seriously, you follow me everywhere.
He's like a puppy dog.
Yeah, I was trying to like help him with some of his family problems. I don't know.
It worked out. How long you guys been together now?
2004.
Too long.
2004. Wow.
I still can't believe it.
I
Yeah.
can't either.
We're really good friends. I understand him, I think, better than anyone in his life has ever done. So
Yeah, I believe that.
you know,
Yeah, that is true. That is absolutely 100% right.
I've always had his back.
Yeah, that's true.
He gets in so much trouble, he needs somebody to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that.
Oh yeah. There it goes.
Yeah, that's true.
You guys were meant to be.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I believe there's somebody out there for everyone.
Yeah.
Don't you agree?
Me too. And mine's riding a snail to get here. So
I believe it. Just no matter who you're with, just sit down and look each other in the eye. And if either one of you could have done better, you would have.
Yeah. It's true. You like scary movies, Michelle?
you just saw Scream. You don't ask somebody that question. You know what those people were
You ever
doing.
seen these?
Yeah, I watched those movies before.
That's big.
It's
That's a franchise.
stupid not doing.
This is good at changing the subject constantly.
Was she conning you into a treat? Put the shade down. She ducks down.
So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do the rest of the day, Tom? Sleep for a while?
Yeah, I'll try and sleep in tomorrow. Get up. I got everything.
Go
Yeah.
bumming?
Yeah, probably will. Go get a coffee. That's what I usually do.
Have you made any friends out there since you moved?
No,
Oh,
thank God.
thank God.
Tell me about it.
Tom's a loner.
Yeah, big time.
You like being a loner?
I do. I mean, I think I do. I guess I do. Seems okay.
Yeah.
So Bopak said that he draws the lines with cutting off heads of babies.
But anyway, good night, Tom. Enjoy the have a good
Good night, Chris. Hey, Michelle, your voice got like soft.
Okay, can you hear me now?
It's still a little not good like it was.
I had to put my headphones on, and I don't know if this is crazy.
It was good, but now it's hard to hear you. Try it again. And now it's nothing.
Can you hear me now?
It's better.
Okay. Well, Bopak said that he is not for chopping off babies' heads.
No, they did that too. Yeah, they did that. I saw that. It's terrible. No, I agree. He just had a baby, so I'm sure it rings true to the heart.
Oh, for sure.
Terrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Baby.
Well,
Yeah.
listen, I got to get going. It's getting late.
Yeah, I think I'm going to sign off too, you guys. It was a great chat. Thank you guys for coming on. Thanks, Michelle.
Yep, no problem.
You guys have a good rest of your night tonight and a good day tomorrow.
Have a good night, you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Tribbles. Bopak. Michael, you take it easy. Good night, Drifter. Chris, you take it easy. Faye, hope I'm not missing anybody. Verbal abuse. Talk to you tomorrow.